On this Wednesday, I'll have the latest on how much wind we've seen and how much wind you can expect throughout the day.
Check it out. We've got some strong winds out here all around Spokane this morning. I'm live telling you what you need to be careful of as you get up and out of the house.
Well, with strong wind, there is always a possibility trees will be coming down. This morning, a local tree company is sharing tips on how to stay safe.
The vice president says he won't take the steps to remove the president from office. Now, House Democrats say they are prepared to do it instead.
Since President Trump was banned from most social media sites, his supporters have flocked to a social media network called Parler. Coming up, why their future may be in Western Washington's hands.
Up with Creme starts right now with Jen York, Joshua Robinson, Jeremy Legoo, and Dana Marie McNichol.
Oh boy, if you are just waking up this morning, take a look at this. The wind is absolutely howling across the inland northwest. This is a live look at Coeur d'Alene right now. This is our tower camera outside the Coeur d'Alene resort. You can see it moving and shaking there in the wind.
Yeah, this morning thousands of people are already waking up without power, and this morning strong winds are threatening to knock down tree limbs as well. Good morning. Thank you for joining us here on Up with Creme. I'm Joshua Robinson.
Oh boy, and I'm Jen York.
Can you hear that right now?
Yeah.
I wish you people at home could hear our studio.
Wow.
You could feel the rumbling outside. So we want to get right to Jeremy Legoo tracking the wind this morning. Jeremy, for those of us who were here for the 2015 windstorm, maybe not quite as strong as that, but it is really, really strong outside.
You know, it's one of those situations where when you look at a storm, the way these storms move in and the way the storm, look at that camera shake. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought because all I could see in my peripheral is this camera just shaking as we see the wind rip across the region. Wind out of the southwest now at 44 miles per hour. I got excited. I saw west-southwest and thought we were shifting, but when the wind is out of the southwest, we will be at the strongest. This is our strongest wind we will see in the morning is when it's in the southwest. I thought we were getting past it. Turns out that is not so much the case. Temperatures starting to drop this morning as we do see that shift in wind direction. We've already dropped by about 10 degrees here in Spokane as the wind shifts direction. We have our wind warning. It's a high wind warning in place for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We have officially recorded a 61 mile per hour wind gust at the National Weather Service here in Spokane. So that is a very powerful wind gust that meets that high wind warning criteria. We've recorded a wind gust of 70 as you make your way over toward Post Falls. Coeur d'Alene, a 61 mile per hour wind gust as well. So we are right in the thick of it here down near Walla Walla. You're seeing some of that strong wind as well. And just outside of Wenatchee, some strong wind there. If you're heading up and over a mountain pass, it is exceptionally windy early on this morning. Be ready for it. As we scoot through the day, we are expecting those wind gusts to continue for the next few hours. Even as they die down, they will continue to be strong as we head into the afternoon. That comes as our cold front works its way out of the region. Once it does so, you're going to start to see some clearing back behind it and temperatures dropping, but it is wind that takes us through the morning and even as we get into the afternoon.
Oh boy, Jeremy, you are busy this morning, and I've been asking him every 5 seconds, what's the wind gust here? What's the wind gust there? And he always has an answer. So he's on it this morning. So we're going to let him take a little break, regroup there, and get his forecast together. In the meantime, we want to check in with Nicole Hernandez. She's been out in the elements this morning, waving that white flag. I think she's ready to surrender.
Yeah, well, so, you know, we've been seeing it on the cameras, but Nicole has been feeling it. Nicole, what's it like outside right now?
Joshua, Jen, it is definitely crazy. Me and our photographer Nate just kind of keep laughing at everything that's moving, every sound that we hear. We're right next to some construction right now, and you can hear the tarp just completely going crazy in the wind here. You can see it, you can definitely feel it. Even this pole right here is kind of shaking from the wind, and you're definitely seeing that when you're driving around this morning. Right now we're in Kendall Yards. I started the day out in Spokane Valley. We were up on the South Hill, and you can really feel it as you're driving. Definitely pushing the cars a little bit. I'll give you a look at some of the trees, little trees here that are over here to show you the wind while I talk about it. But definitely as you're driving, you can feel the gusts pushing the car even on the freeway. And it's particularly dangerous because some of the roads are still wet from yesterday's rainstorm. So we're seeing those wet, potentially slick roads with the wind as well. Plus, as you get up and out of the house, one thing that I noticed was that there's trash that has blown out of people's yards or people's trash bins or from wherever, and it's ending up on the road. So just be careful of that. Kind of go a little bit slow, give yourself a little bit of time, and be careful as you're getting out of your car, just because the wind can catch your door and actually grab it. And I almost hit someone's car this morning getting into this news car here. So make sure you're careful. But wow, look at that. I think I'm going to lose this at some point today because the wind is just going to take it. But we are going to head to North Idaho after this. So we'll be making our way that way, and I will keep you updated on what winds look like everywhere across our region. I'll send things back to you guys.
Yeah, certainly hang on tight to that, Nicole. It might blow away.
It'll be a miracle if she keeps it throughout the morning.
All right, we're going to be checking in with Nicole again in the next 30 minutes. As she mentioned, she's going to make her way across state line to North Idaho. Take a look at the conditions there this morning.
In the meantime, we're going to keep tracking thousands of power outages throughout the inland Northwest.
Yeah, we were just talking moments ago here. I think we're using a little bit of generator power. In my more than 10 years here, that's happened twice. Once in 2015.
Wow.
And I believe once this morning. So goes to show just how strong it is out there this morning. So taking a look at some power outages, Inland Power and Light this morning is reporting more than 4,300 customers are without power. So if you are without power, you can call the number that we're going to put up at the bottom of your screen for Inland Power and Light. You can also report those down power lines with that same information. We'll get that to you. There you go.
And Kootenai Electric is reporting just under 1,500 customers right now without power this morning. The outages are spread across North Idaho. Right now, the largest outage is in the Coeur d'Alene area. In Spokane, Avista is reporting thousands of outages as well. On our last check, there were about 7,000 customers affected by the outages. One of the largest early outages was also in Coeur d'Alene, but now more outages are spreading into Spokane as the morning continues. Right now, there is no estimated time of power restoration, but Avista has told us they can take up to a day to get everyone's power back on.
So customers can report Avista outages at the link you see there on your screen. Users can also report outages very easily. We've done it before via the Avista mobile app.
And these are what the past conditions are looking like this morning in Washington. Snoqualmie still has no official restrictions, but there is heavy rain at times. And on Stevens Pass, crews have been able to clear most of the roads. This morning, though, they are wet and bare. Traction tires are being advised right now. Oversized vehicles are prohibited. Looking into Idaho now, Lookout Pass conditions are slushy with plenty of rainfall. Meanwhile, Idaho's Transportation Department has said to be prepared for snow. And of course, a storm like this means we want to urge you to stay safe and not travel in these conditions.
I asked Jeremy, I said, what's the place to avoid today? And he says mountain passes.
Yeah.
So there you go. So that's especially true for our area of mountain passes in our neck of the woods. Tim Pham is joining us now with some tips to stay safe while driving if you do indeed have to hit the road. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning to the both of you. WSDOT released this ahead of the storm last night. Here you can see a list of travel routes affected by the windstorm. It also has some tips on safe driving as well in the wind. The first thing that they advise is keeping both hands on the wheel and make sure you keep an eye on the forecast. You can watch Up with Krem to keep track of the forecast. And lastly, watch for debris on the roadway. That's a big one. Anytime strong winds roll through the region, there's always a possibility that trees could come down. Tree specialists recommend having your trees looked at from time to time.
Evaluating your trees for safety is always a good thing. A lot of people don't have a habit of looking up into the upper canopies of their trees to see what they look like.
Well, they say trees like the beautiful ponderosa pines of the inland Northwest can be especially susceptible to damage in storms. Anytime high wind speeds are in the forecast, they recommend staying inside and away from any potential debris that may fall. And keeping a close eye on your trees in your backyard can also help prevent damage. Dana Marie?
Good reminder there, Tim. Well, our question of the day, we want to know what it looks like this morning. I mean, just seconds ago, I had to kind of peep out my window to see. I'm hearing a lot of these noises of these trees rustling around. It is absolutely blustery out there. But is there a lot of debris in your area? I know we just mentioned there's a lot of down power lines, so maybe some of that damage. We want to see your photos. Send it to us, 509-448-2000, and we'll air it here on Up with Krem. Again, if you have any photos, I know it's very dark right now, of course, but as it gets a little bit lighter and you see what's going on around you, send it to us. And now, if you're not able to text us those in, you could also send it through the Near Me app in our Krem 2 mobile app. So get that downloaded on your phone. We'll be tracking today's storm all morning long on krem.com and here on our show. So for the latest, you could do that or check our app.
All right, Dana Marie, thank you so much. And thank you to Tim and, of course, Nicole, who's out in the elements this morning. Our coverage will continue this morning on krem.com. We'll also be checking in with Jeremy and Nicole, who's out in the elements this morning, in about 20 minutes or so, coming up at 6:30.
6:11 on the way now. We want to take a live look at the White House this morning, as today the House of Representatives will vote on impeaching President Trump. That decision was made after Vice President Mike Pence stated he will not act to remove the president from office.
The single article of impeachment accuses the president of inciting an insurrection at the Capitol. Yesterday, President Trump defended his actions.
It's been analyzed, and people thought that what I said was totally appropriate.
At least 5 House Republicans will vote to impeach. Other GOP House members argue it's a waste of time with just 1 week left in the president's term. 6:11 now, Jeremy, 43 degrees. It's fairly warm this time of day, but boy, the wind.
I mean, all right, a few things. It was 10 degrees warmer already here in Spokane just about 2 hours ago. The wind picked up, and boy, is it cranking now. Thought we dodged the worst of it, but now we're seeing some of the strongest wind gusts, up over 60 miles per hour here in Spokane. I'll let you know how much longer this wind sticks around.
Welcome to CBS This Morning. We have a lot of news today.
Watch Gail King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCoppel on CBS This Morning. Weekday mornings only on CBS.
Arby's, 2 for $6 every day. Spicy buffalo, creamy ranch, bready bread. 2 of those things for just $6. Arby's, we have the meats. Save your greed!
Okay, Stan. Last time we went bowling, you, Don't worry, Roy. I totally hear you, loud and clear. Guaranteed not gonna happen. He rolled it!
The Raptors are brought to you by Triple Play, where you can bowl, blast, climb, and play in Raptor Reef Indoor Water Park. Plus, it's all attached to a cozy hotel.
You're stuck again. Fantastic. I'll get the vegetable oil.
At Joya Child and Family Development, we believe that every child is limitless. But what happens when a child is born with a developmental delay or disability? For 60 years, Joya has been helping families turn a diagnosis into a direction for a brighter future. Our early intervention program provides the highest quality therapy services for infants and toddlers with special needs. Joya provides every child a program based on what they need, not based on what they can afford. Learn how to access our services or support our mission at joya.org.
Lights flickering? Outlet not working? Infinite Electric will have you up and running in no time. Call now and receive $49 off your next electrical service or repair. For all your electrical needs, Infinite Electric, your forever electricians.
The New Year's Super Sale at Furniture Row has been extended, so there's still time to find your perfect new look. Find the latest styles in living, dining, bedroom, and mattresses. Is it comfy? Because it looks comfy. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend and watch the savings add up. Plus 5 years no interest financing and free shipping right to your doorstep. But hurry, the extended New Year's Super Sale at Furniture Row ends soon.
I probably don't have to remind you that for most of us, 2020 went down pretty lumpy. It was rough out there. Still, even in a year that will be remembered as the most challenging in modern times, Northern Quest paid out 31,000 jackpots. That's a total of over $75 million worth of spontaneous celebrations involving fist pumps, happy dances, and cold hard cash. Northern Quest Resort and Casino. Take that, 2020.
Arby's, 2 for $6 every day. The biggest fish sandwich of your life. Twice. 2 of those things for just $6. Arby's, we have the meats.
You're watching Up with Creme.
6:15 right now. Jeremy, I feel like we're holding on tight to the desk this morning because we can hear the wind shaking our building this morning.
Yeah, I've been comparing wind gusts and the amount of noise they make each and every time we get one. And I was just listening pretty close, and that sounded like one of our strongest just now as we came back on air.
Yeah, you can certainly feel it. For those of us who were around in 2015, I would say this is probably the closest we've been since that big windstorm. But what are we looking at this morning? How does it compare?
You know, Jen, first and foremost, it's a very similar setup to what we saw back in 2015. A few things are different, and thankfully those few things keep the difference between a once a year kind of wind event to a once in a generation kind of wind event, which is what we saw back in 2015. We are seeing those wind gusts up around 60 miles per hour early on this morning. 60 miles per hour is easily enough to knock down branches on some trees, and when it comes to those down branches, power outages happen. That's just the way it works, and that's exactly what we've been seeing so far this morning. We have thousands of customers without power in Spokane, over in Coeur d'Alene, as our wind starts to crank, and that's going to be the case here for the next few hours today. I think our strongest wind is right now in this sweet spot as we head through the next, say, hour or so. We are right in that frontal passage. The front passing is going to bring about the end of the rain. We're already seeing that, and crazy enough, this wind is doing a decent job of already drying out some of the streets around town. But boy, is it windy. We're seeing sustained winds out of the southwest at 44 miles per hour. You're going, oh, okay. Well, a sustained wind of 44 miles per hour is incredibly impressive. Then when you get a gust on top of that, that's when all those branches are already susceptible to start breaking. So we're watching out for that. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, still possible early on this morning. We're under a high wind warning for that exact reason. We've already seen wind gusts up over 60 in Spokane and over in Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls in the middle, up to about 70 miles per hour already. We're also monitoring the potential for flooding, even though our rain is winding down across the region. As that heavy band of moisture moves out, some of those rivers and streams still swelling, and sometimes we are seeing some of that ponding on some of the roadways and in those parking lots. So our front moves out. Later on today, it's all about the sunshine working its way back into the forecast, but it's the wind this morning. We've already hit our high temperature for the day because of that wind. 52 degrees. Temperatures continue to drop throughout the day as the wind shifts direction. We'll usher in a cooler air mass, but expect more sunshine later on today as the wind continues.
Still ahead this morning on Up with Creme, Washington lawmakers have introduced a bill to help fight wildfires across the state. Coming up after the break, Commissioner Hillary Franz joins us live to talk about the new proposed bill that would boost fire resources.
We're playing Name That Zoom with Jane Krakowski. What's really going on in that Zoom? And from Young Sheldon, Reagan Reverd. All new crew.
Today,
Commissioner, can you hear me?
I can.
This is Joshua. How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, it's off to a very fast start here in 2021. So.
Oh, and you know what? We're off to a fast start this morning. Are you feeling any wind right now?
I'm a little bit more protected, it sounds like, than you guys are. I was hearing some of the background talking about how his station was shaking.
Yeah, we're looking up and we're seeing lights flicker. We're feeling it on our building, but glad to hear that you're doing okay. That's good news.
Yeah, but these winds reminded me of the fire season. Remember, I think I just heard you guys talking about 44 mile-per-hour winds, and we were seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds in some places during fire season, which, as you remember, that's what led to that firestorm on Labor Day. So it's bringing us to memory.
Yeah, I was there that morning, the morning after those winds hit, and I remember that image of, when it was dark, we couldn't really see the damage, and then as soon as the sun came up, that was unbelievable. We're getting a couple things locked in right now on the interview. I just want to check with the directors to make sure there's anything I need to know real quick.
Okay.
Can you tilt your camera down just a tad, Commissioner?
Yeah, this is what we always have this. I have to tend to use. Let's see. Is that better?
That'll work.
Is that better?
Yeah.
I know. I think I need some technology devices because I'm using my phone to tilt it, but I don't know. We just want to get rid of that headspace. Is that what it is?
I think it looks good now, and trust me, we're all working on getting those technology devices today. It's all good. How long, Brandon, do we have until the interview? We have about a minute left, Commissioner, and then how long do we have?
You got me as long as you need me.
Okay, we've got about 4.5 minutes for this interview, so we got about 45 seconds, and then we'll be ready to go.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure, when you're referring to a bill like this, it's House Bill 1168, or is it 1168? 1168, okay. We're 30 seconds away. Thank you again for joining us, by the way. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for your interest. It's an important issue.
Post Falls at the I-90 Autoplex or online at FindlayPostFalls.com.
It's Falco's biggest end-of-season closeout sale ever. All EnviroFire wood gas or pellet-burning fireplaces. Display and demo models with over $1,000 in savings. Falco's EnviroFire closeout sale is on now. Falco's, 9310 East Sprague, Spokane Valley.
You're watching Up with Krem.
A new bill has been introduced to establish a dedicated funding source that would help fight fires across our state. That money would come from a $1 a month surcharge to homeowners, renters, and auto insurance premiums. Now, last season, wildfires scorched 800,000 acres in Washington. And this morning, Commissioner Hillary Franz joins us live on Up with Krem this morning to talk more about that proposed bill. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Give us a brief overview of House Bill 1168 and how that's going to implement new changes in Washington.
Well, let me first start by placing people back on what's the problem. For years, we have relied on luck and hope instead of fully funding a comprehensive wildfire strategy here in Washington. But we know that hope will not prevent wildfires and luck does not put them out. We're all experiencing these high force winds right now, and this hopefully is helping people remember what we tragically saw last summer. On Labor Day, we experienced unprecedented fires where in 72 hours, 600,000 acres burned. We tragically lost the life of a little boy as his family tried to outrun a fire. We lost an entire town, the town of Malden, where 80% of that community's residents were completely demolished their homes. And we fought gallantly these fires, but 800,000 acres total burned, and it's something that year after year we're seeing these unprecedented fires. It's our responsibility to have the resources in 3 areas so that we can change the trajectory on. One is wildfire response, having the firefighters, having the air resources to get on those fires quickly in initial attack and put them out and protect our lives of our community members and our firefighters. We also need funding for forest restoration. We have 1.25 million acres of forest we are trying to restore, that's federal, state, private land, so that we can prevent these catastrophic fires. And third is community resilience, helping our communities set up so they are able to make their homes, their neighborhoods, and even their entire towns resilient by creating defensible space and field breaks. This bill helps secure the kind of funding, a dedicated funding source, so we have those resources to protect the lives of our firefighters, our communities, and prevent the evergreen state turning charcoal black. Now, one of the things that we historically have done when we've come forward with funding for a dedicated revenue is we use an insurance surcharge. You mentioned it in your opening. That is the approach we took last year. We are taking a different approach with this bill. This bill currently does not set forth any funding source. And why is that? We know, and we've talked across legislators on east and west side of the state, Republican and Democrats, House and Senate. Everyone agrees on this needs funding. They agree on the what. What they don't agree is how do we fund it? And given there's pressing demands and challenges with COVID and other things, we have brought a bipartisan group of legislators together to help us identify what are the funding sources so that we don't come out of this session, again, with a failed attempt at the critical resources we know our communities and our firefighters need to protect themselves.
Commissioner, I want to ask you, you mentioned that you spoke with the resources that firefighters need. What have conversations been like with the firefighters across Washington state for how much this is absolutely a necessity?
So we have broad support from firefighters and the fire chiefs across the state. As we saw this last year during the Labor Day firestorm, we had firefighters with skeleton crews. I mean, perfect example is the tragedy in Malden, where they have 8 volunteer firefighters. Only 3 were on the ground. The other 5 were out fighting other fires in other communities because we had 53 in literally 24 hours. At the Department of Natural Resources, we had skeleton crews on the Cold Spring fire and other fires because we didn't have any resources in Washington state to add at the unprecedented number of fires and the spread of those fires with hurricane force winds. When we go out to the federal resources to get for air resources and firefighters, there's none to be had because California, Oregon, or southern states have already utilized those resources, and they're still fighting the fires courageously. So our local fire districts are urgently pleading with legislators and supportive of this bill because they understand how limited resources they have and how challenging these fires have gotten in every corner of the state.
House Bill 1168, one we will keep an eye on here on Up with Crim. Commissioner, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Be safe.
We'll be right back with more Up with Crim.
In this La Nina winter, we're expecting more snow and colder temperatures.
You still hear me?
Storm tracker.
I am.
Thank
yes.
you. Thank you so much for that. How'd that feel? Pretty good?
Pretty good, yes. I'm still trying to wake up. You're used to this, man. I'm like, wake up, wake up, wake up.
We're getting close to lunch at this point.
I know. I was thinking about that. I'm like, I'm not used to this. I go to bed too late for this. I don't know if I'm cut out for your job.
Well, especially for that reason, thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate it, and it was great talking with you. We'll keep an eye on this bill as it moves forward.
Great. Take care. Be safe.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Ever electricians.
At Washington Trust Bank, can't is a 4-letter word.
I think I'll sell my business on the market.
But remember to water the house plants.
Do this? You can do this.
Hey, we need to build a home office. We're adding another bathroom.
I think I'll study programming.
Bro, you even connect
your
phone to
this is
Bluetooth.
Tim.
We believe you can do whatever you set your mind to, and we'll help you get there. Washington Trust
test
Bank,
1, 2, 3,
privately
4,
owned, locally
5, 6,
invested.
7.
New Year's savings
8, 9,
are
10.
still going on with Bi-Mart's latest savings book, mailed straight to you. There are 16 pages full of great value to help you and your family get what you need for less. You'll find great deals in our
I don't know why I
great
switched.
savings
Like,
on
that's
food
so
and
weird.
snacks, and the best brands in automotive care, all here in our savings book. And don't forget to sign up for our
So this is up to 10,000 now? Oh, $7.
Bi-Mart gift card.
Just trying to catch up.
Employee owned, real value, every day.
There was a time when our AAA coworkers would ask us to help out.
I'm wind and a lot going on.
Oh.
Sure you don't want to play in the water park too?
No, that's okay.
My life
What is possibly wrong with you?
They don't ask us anymore.
The Raptors are brought to you by Triple Play, where you can bowl, blast, climb, and
What?
play in Raptor Reef Indoor Water Park. Plus, it's all attached to a cozy hotel.
Yeah.
My favorite dinosaur is a
3, 4, 5,
You have terrible taste in
6, 7, 8,
dinosaurs.
10. Any chance we could do handheld? I wanted.
Let's go take a look.
I wanted to do a dumpster.
Buy your next vehicle at Coeur d'Alene Honda, and it'll come with
A lifetime warranty. Take the short drive to Coeur d'Alene Honda on South Tees Way.
Where every new car and select pre-owned comes with a nationwide lifetime I can hear you.
At iMart Express, it's just the right price. 2 pairs of glasses start under $40. Using insurance, we accept over 1,000 plans, and using your benefits is as easy as 1, 2, 3. No insurance? No problem. Glasses to fit your budget. It's just the right price. Only at iMart Express.
Up with Crim begins now.
We're seeing some incredible wind early on this morning. Wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour in Spokane and Coeur d'Alene. I'll let you know how much longer this wind sticks around.
All right, well, this is not the first time the inland Northwest has experienced a strong windstorm. This morning, we're going to be looking at how today compares back to our storm from 2015.
This week, you may have heard of the social media network called Parler. This morning, we explain why Trump supporters are flooding to the app.
And this morning we are tracking the latest breaking updates for you on Up with Crim as a windstorm is now passing through the region right now.
Yeah, we're hanging on tight here in the studio, and especially for our crews out in the field. This morning we have team coverage. Jeremy Legoo is joining us from the Weather Center tracking this storm.
But first we want to join in Nicole Hernandez outside for a live look at conditions right now. Good morning, Nicole. Do you still have that towel or did you lose it in the wind?
Joshua, I've got it in the car. I didn't even trust opening that door though because my food trash would fly out. This wind is insanely going right now. I mean, you can see it kind of pushing me. I can see Nate bracing himself against the wind as well. Right now we are in Liberty Lake. We're making our way to North Idaho. I mean, that wind is piercing at this point, making my eyes water. You can see this flag right behind me is completely going right now. We did just make our way from downtown Spokane to Liberty Lake here, and we were definitely blowing in the wind as we were driving this morning. I felt my car moving a little bit. A little piece of my car actually flew off. It was hanging and dangling for a part of the drive from this wind. So give yourself the time to be careful. There's a lot of debris on the roads as well. There's some branches, some little tumbleweeds, some trash that is blowing around as well. So be careful, give yourself time this morning to go slow, and hold on to your hats because it is definitely blowing things away this morning. I'll send things back to you guys, or actually I'm going to send things over to Tim right now because it's Spokane.
Hey, good morning, guys. We're on the South Hill right now, and it is extremely windy. We're in front of the Trader Joe's. Its tent is now blown away. There was wall siding on this tent, and the employees here at Trader Joe's actually had to take it down because obviously this wind is just so powerful. You can see the top of the tarp right now almost coming off right now. Trader Joe's employees are working to try and secure this tent, and you know, this is something that a lot of businesses and restaurants are going to have to deal with right now, as you know, right now only outdoor dining is allowed and there's tents all over the city. So I know a lot of businesses are going to have to work to secure their tents in the meantime. I've also seen several trash and recycling bins on the South Hill into the streets. I almost ran into one, so it's very important that if you come across debris in the road that you slow down, avoid it if possible. And if you live on the South Hill and it's your trash recycling day, it might be a good idea just to pull it in today and maybe call the city. You can just hear how strong that wind is. And pull your recycling and trash in because, again, it is just blowing into the street and causing trash and debris to fill the roadways. I also saw a business here in the plaza. I won't say which one, but the wind was so strong that it actually pulled their front door open. So we're going to work to try and reach out to the owners of that business to let them know that their property is open right now. But yeah, this is just really scary stuff right now. If you don't have to be outside, you should just stay inside because it is very powerful wind. If you want us to check out your neighborhood or if you have any damage, please text us 509-448-2000 and we'll check it out. Live on the South Hill, I'm Tim. Back to you.
Holy moly, Tim. Hold on to your hat out there. Stay down. All right, I've got some information for you. This just coming in. I was just looking, and we have officially recorded at the airport a wind gust of 71 miles per hour. That makes this as strong as the windstorm from 2015. A 71 mile per hour wind gust was just recorded. It is exceptionally windy out there, and it is staying that way early on this morning. You can see the wind shaking the camera there in downtown. Sustained wind out of the southwest at 44 miles per hour. We have sustained wind around 50 as you make your way out toward the airport, so we are going to keep a close eye on that. High wind warning still in place until 4 p.m. More widespread wind gusts near 60 miles per hour are what we are going to see as we scoot through the day. We have recorded some incredible wind gusts so far. Officially 61, that is going to bump up here as the new data comes in. 61 miles per hour there in Coeur d'Alene. And as we head through the day, we are expecting that strong wind to continue for the next few hours. In this area, wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour will continue to be possible as we head into the middle part of the day. That's as our front moves out. Tim, if he had looked up, he would have seen stars. It's that kind of clear outside because this thing is flying through. Some of that green you saw on the radar is actually debris blowing instead of showers. It's that kind of windy out there. Temperatures are quickly dropping. We were up at 52 degrees earlier today, already down to 43, and those temps will continue to drop. The official temperature right now sitting at 41 degrees. We'll get all of this information updated in our system as that update rolls in. But for now, note that it is going to be windy, and the wind continues today. And Jen, 71 miles per hour.
All right, and you said it. That now ties the strongest gust from the 2015 windstorm.
Yep, there it is.
All right, folks. I had a feeling it was similar to our windstorm, but as we've seen this morning, it's just progressively getting stronger and stronger. So that is something we are tracking here on Up with Krem. We've also been experiencing thousands of power outages. I'm checking the outage map right here in front of me, and it is changing by the minute. Avista is now reporting more than 17,000 customers are waking up without power. So that's about nearly 300 outages. You can see those spread across Washington and Idaho this morning, but right now there is no estimate when power will be restored. Now, customers can report outages to Avista. You can see the link there on your screen. Also, I've done this before. You can report an outage via the Avista mobile app. It's very easy. And if you also, of course, are without power, that may be the easiest way to do it, just via your phone. Inland Power and Light is also reporting more than 7,000 outages right now. To report an outage there, you can call the phone number that you see there on the bottom of your screen. You can also report down power lines to that same number. Meanwhile, Kootenai Electric is reporting more than 3,000 outages this morning. You can see where those are at on your screen. Those stretch from the Coeur d'Alene area up to Bayview. Of course, today, one of the most dangerous places to be is on our area mountain passes. So right now, there's no restrictions at Snoqualmie, but there is heavy rain at times. The roads there are wet and bare on Stevens Pass, though traction tires are advised. Now, in our neck of the woods in Idaho, there is slush and rain on Lookout Pass. However, Idaho's Transportation Department says you need to be prepared for snow. So Joshua, a lot of things are changing by the minute here. We're tracking it by the minute as well. What else are we looking at today?
Well, first of all, if you are checking any of those sites Jen was just talking about, just be aware there's probably a lot of people checking those sites as well. So they might take a little bit of time before a little bit of drag. So stay vigilant when you're checking those numbers. But of course, with these outages across the region, more expected throughout the morning. There are some tips this morning in case your power goes out. We're taking a look at a tweet from the National Weather Service in Seattle. They recommend to use flashlights, not candles, in the dark, and also use your generators safely to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Also, keep your fridge and your freezer closed as much as possible and stay away from any downed trees or power lines. Be sure, by the way, to turn off or disconnect any appliances, that were on power when the power went out. Now, this morning we're also looking at how today compares to the windstorm in 2025. We're going to take a look at 2015. Take a look at your screen. As you can see on the left is the conditions this morning right now from our camera. But as you can see on your right, that's from November 17th of 2015. The storm that had gusts hit up to 75 miles per hour. You heard Jeremy earlier today. We have now hit 71. Which is equivalent at 75 to a Category 1 hurricane. Of course, with that 71 miles per hour, we're going to keep an eye to see how the winds progress today. But the 2015 storm set the record for the strongest non-thunderstorm winds in our region. There were 800 downed trees in Spokane alone and damage to homes throughout our entire region. We're going to continue tracking today's storm all morning long right here on Up with Krem. And for the latest updates, you can also check out krem.com or use our Krem 2 mobile app. Dana Marie?
We're taking a look at what's trending online this morning. Well, the social networking site Parler is getting a lot of attention. Now, Parler is a social media site that considers itself the last holdout for free speech, and they are currently silent. But Parler could soon have a voice again with a Western Washington company. So Epic is a domain registrar based in Sahamish. The company confirms Parler transferred its domain name to Epic, though they claim they had no advanced knowledge that this was coming. Amazon, Facebook, and Twitter cut ties with Parler after last week's attack on the U.S. Capitol, many making claims that the site was used by extremists to organize the event. Experts say Parler has no other choice but to move on.
The fringe opinions, people who have more extreme views on things, have to go find platforms that are going to host them. And it's clear that the mainstream tech companies aren't wanting to be those hosts anymore.
Well, new this morning, Google has suspended President Trump's YouTube account. YouTube is citing violations of its policies and, quote, concerns about the ongoing potential for virus. In the meantime, Amazon is speaking out about its court battle with Parler. Parler is suing Amazon and has asked for a temporary restraining order to help keep the site online. Amazon calls the suit meritless. The company says the suspension was a last resort to prevent further plans to disrupt the impending presidential transition. Jeremy, you are very, very busy this morning. What are we looking at?
We are looking at some incredible wind early on this morning. Some of those powerful wind gusts have spread across the region. Officially right now we're topping out at 61, but I've seen some raw data coming in that puts those wind gusts up over 70 miles per hour for the airport here in Spokane. We'll keep an eye on that, and we'll let you know how long this wind sticks around coming up after the break.
Are you looking for your forever electrician? Look no further than Infinite Electric. Our licensed, bonded, and insured electricians are among the most trusted and experienced in the Spokane and Coeur d'Alene region. Call now and receive $49 off your next electrical service or repair. Infinite Electric, your forever electricians.
The Inland Northwest is such a great place to live and to work, and there are so many nonprofits that make it special. KREM 2 and STCU want to know your charity of choice so that we can support the good work being done here in our community. So we're asking, who do you love? Nominate your favorite nonprofit on KREM.com. It's fast and easy, and it could mean money for your favorite charity. Why not share the love?
License registration, sir.
Sorry, officer, I just won this at Northern Quest. It's a Porsche.
License and registration.
So, no congratulations whatsoever.
To our caregivers, our kindness givers, our hope givers, our givers of hard work and compassion. To everyone giving it their everything, thank you.
If you need a new mattress, what you don't know could end up costing you. Come to Twilight Bedding Mattress Factory and talk to the experts. We make your mattress right here in our factory, so we can tell you exactly what it's made of. Twilight Bedding is also the only place in the area where you can still buy a double-sided mattress. Visit our website to learn the top 10 questions to ask when buying a mattress, and then come see us. Sleep Right by Twilight.
My mom hired a bath fitter to make me a new bath. My friend Jimmy said that when he got a new bath, it took forever. Jimmy didn't have to take a bath for a month. I didn't even get to miss one bath. It's just not fair.
Bathfitter will remodel your bath in as little as 1 day. We've got over 2 million satisfied customers and 35 years experience. Call now or visit bathfitter.com for a free in-home consultation.
Whether your office is small, large, or working from home, Continuum Office Environments has new and gently used chairs, desks, and more. Everything to make your office work.
Come and see us today at Continuum Office Environments.
720 North Fancher Road.
Now, your local Storm Tracker 2 forecast.
We're still seeing some wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour here in Spokane. It is incredibly windy. You can see the tree just blowing around, and this is downtown. This is one of those windstorms that's incredibly elevation dependent. And when you're talking those wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour, that is enough to down trees. And when you have down trees and down tree limbs, it knocks out power. That's exactly what we've been seeing so far this morning. More than 10,000 people without power, and that number continues to grow as the wind gusts continue to spread across much of the region. When it comes to timing, we've already seen our rain work its way on through, and we are going to continue to watch this as all of this wind spreads across the region. Wind continues as we head into the afternoon, and we're going to keep a close eye on that because it's going to continue to gust. Wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour will be possible for the next couple of hours. Our front is working its way through, wind starting to shift from south to southwest to west-southwest. We've already seen a couple west-southwest shifts in that wind. Kind of gave us hope that things were calming down, but that's not so much the case. Wind gusts recorded officially at 61 miles per hour in Spokane and Coeur d'Alene. Some of those starting to see some raw data come in that suggests that those wind gusts are even stronger than that. The wind is expected to stay strong as we head through the next few hours, so we are keeping a very close eye on that. In addition to the wind comes the rain. The rain has moved its way out. It's so windy now that a lot of the rain from overnight is already drying on roads and sidewalks and places like that around town. But when you're talking about incredible rainfall amounts and totals and rates like what we saw as this front passed, what we're seeing is ponding on some of the roadways and in the Palouse, those low-lying areas. The biggest concerns will be the Palouse and the Paradise Creek as we see some of that flooding concern. But for us, it's mainly deep puddles around town. We clear out later on today, not just in terms of rain, but also in terms of wind. If you look outside right now, you'll likely see some stars, but watch out because it is exceptionally windy. The wind continues here for the next couple of hours. We were already at 52 degrees early on this morning. Temps already falling. We're down to 43, slipping back closer to 41 now officially, and those temps will continue to fall as we head through the day today. Overnight, we dip down into the mid-20s. If you can believe that. So we're falling from 52 this morning to 25 later on today. Tomorrow, the sun comes out and temperatures stay in the 30s for much of the day. It's going to be quite a bit cooler, but the good news is the rest of the week is going to be quite a bit calmer.
Schweitzer's 100% open with 2,900 acres to explore and activities for the whole family. Rediscover your
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you.
Fairgrounds RV show is postponed, but R&R RV North Spokane, as you covered. Yes, R&R RV North Spokane is hosting the Grand National RV Show, January 21st through 30th. Shop over 120 RVs inside the West Coast's largest indoor showroom. Masks required. It's the only indoor RV show of the season. The Grand National RV Show, January 21st through 30th, indoors at R&R RV North Spokane. Special show pricing, giveaways, and food vendors on site. Visit rnrrv.com for more info.
Spiceology went through a pivot. We made the decision that we needed to focus 100% of our energy on consumers. Love local means exactly what it says. It's supporting your local businesses and helping them grow, helping them create more jobs, and building a more vibrant Spokane and Inland Empire.
Live, learn, love local. Visit creme.com for a local business directory and enter to win a gift card to a featured local business. STCU proudly sponsors Love Local.
The wait is over and Move Fitness is back open.
We're so excited.
We've missed you all and can't wait to welcome you back, as we've gone to great lengths to make our gyms cleaner and safer than ever, with fun new upgrades and special extra bonus offers to help you get started on those New Year's resolutions and kick those 2020 added inches to the curb. You gotta go to Move. So what are you waiting for? Stop by a Move Fitness location near you today.
At Subaru of Spokane, we love the outdoors and we love Spokane. Our friendly staff provide exceptional customer service in a calm and relaxed atmosphere. Our sales and service departments are open and closely following all CDC guidelines. Check us out online or come and see our great selection of new and pre-owned vehicles in the comfort of our large indoor showroom. We offer delivery with every online purchase and free pickup and delivery for service. In the heart of downtown, we love Spokane. Subaru of Spokane.
Schweitzer's 100% open with 2,900 acres to explore and activities for the whole family. Rediscover your home mountain. Pre-purchase date-specific lift tickets online at schweitzer.com.
.649 now. We are continuing tracking breaking news this morning. Spokane Fire just rescued a woman from her home. This is after it partially collapsed after a tree fell on it. Tim Pham just arrived at that scene. He joins us now live with more information. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning, Jen. Yeah, frightening moments for the people that live inside this home here. We've seen firefighters go in and out of the home. And as you mentioned, they just rescued a woman from here. We don't see the tree from the front of the house where it fell on the house, but it's like somewhere on the back side. We're told that she was actually trapped inside her home. This all happened around 6:15 this morning, and we're told that she was unable to get out of her home. But firefighters, again, just recently got her out of the home safely. We don't know her conditions, what kind of injury she had, but again, very frightening moments as a very windy morning continues on. Right now, we are on 63rd and Helena right now. There are a lot of old trees in this neighborhood, as there is all over the South Hill. And so, again, just be very mindful of that. Pay attention to your surroundings. Because some of these old trees, obviously with the saturated ground, it's a bad combination when you add the winds. From where we are compared to where we were when we last checked in with you, it is not as windy as it was near Trader Joe's. But again, the situation is rapidly changing. We're going to update you on this developing story right here on Up with Krem and inside the Krem 2 app. Live in Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
Yeah, Tim, you can see the crews behind you there. You saw their flashlights working, and boy, listening to the scanner this morning, our first responders are very busy this morning, so thank you to them, keeping everyone safe. Also to our linemen and women who are out there working to restore power. Of course, we're going to have updates coming up here on Up with Krem. Stay with us.
It's easy to love a Subaru. They rank in the top in consumer satisfaction, mechanical reliability, and off-road performance.
Don't just take our word for it. Check this. Subaru ranked as the lowest cost to own according to Kelley Blue Book.
J.D. Power gives Subaru the highest brand loyalty marks and great safety scores from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. Learn why so many people love their Subarus and our no-problem customer experience when you visit Parker Subaru in beautiful Coeur d'Alene.
The Inland Northwest is such a great place to live and to work, and there are so many nonprofits that make it special. Krem 2 and STCU want to know your charity of choice so that we can support the good work being done here in our community. So we're asking, who do you love? Nominate your favorite nonprofit on Krem.com. It's fast and easy, and it could mean money for your favorite charity. Why not share the love?
You know what? It's time. Time for some toe curling, hair flying, laugh like a kid fun. Time for family.
Hi, yeah, what's up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As big as the beautiful, wide open vistas. It's time for a luxury condo, just a stroll away from water slides and 80 degrees. And a gondola ride away from 800 feet of magic carpet tubing and 1,600 acres of snow rider heaven. You know what? It is time. Time for Silver Mountain. Go to your happy place.
We know you probably have some questions about COVID vaccines. Here are some answers about how they're being made.
How are COVID vaccines being produced faster?
Usually vaccine testing and production are done as separate steps, but because of the pandemic, vaccines are being developed on parallel tracks, meaning we're still doing both steps, just at the same time.
How are the vaccines being tested?
As we speak, several different COVID vaccines are in testing. Each of them goes through more than one clinical trial. First with a small group of volunteers, then a couple hundred, then thousands.
How will the vaccines get approved?
Not all COVID vaccine versions that go through clinical trials will make it to the final stages of testing and approval. Produced vaccines that do not pass will be destroyed. For those that do make it past clinical trials, a team of medical experts will examine test results and possible side effects. If the vaccine works and it's safe, it gets approved. Then it gets to you. For more answers, go to covidvaccinewa.org.
Dear Winter, I'm coming. My squad of 15 vehicles with all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive is ready to take you on. Safety's the name of my game, so you better bundle up. Toyota.
Get up to $1,500 customer cash on a new Highlander or Highlander Hybrid, or lease a new 2021 Highlander for $379 a month. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
It is 6:54 now. Welcome back to Up with Krem. We are continuing our breaking news coverage this morning. We have a huge windstorm across the region. Now starting to see the impacts on our local school districts. Closed today. Just new in the past few minutes, the Cheney School District is closed for the day, along with St. Thomas More and the Windsong School. On a 2-hour delay today, the Colton School District, as well as the Coeur d'Alene Tribal School, it is running late. And moving to online school is the Davenport School District. Of course, we're just starting to see some of these closures roll in. We'll be updating you this morning here on Up with Krem and coming up on the CW22. Of course, wet and windy. Really can see it shaking outside this morning, Joshua.
With every camera, with every live report we have, the conditions have pretty much been escalating throughout the morning, but we're checking in all morning long here on Up with Krem as those conditions continue to change.
Yeah, we want to check in now with Nicole Hernandez. She was making her way to Idaho last that we checked in with her. Nicole, where are you at now and what do you see?
Jen, Joshua, so right now we are in Coeur d'Alene right here, and you can see it from all the way from Spokane to Coeur d'Alene. These winds have not stopped gusting. We get a little bit of calm, a little bit of relief every few minutes, and then the gusts come right back. And you know, it's been particularly hard on the roads this morning. Driving along I-90 all the way here, we were going back and forth in those lanes. The wind was definitely gusting the cars around on the freeway, so make sure you're driving careful this morning. On top of that, the wind is also bringing a lot of debris onto the road, some branches, some tumbleweeds, some trash from around, so make sure you're careful of that and just giving yourself time to go slow and take your time on the roads this morning because it can be dangerous. On top of that, we are seeing some wet roads from the rain last night as well, so they can be a little bit slick on top of the wind moving us around, so just be careful. And like I mentioned, it comes and goes in gusts. So, you know, right now we're at a tiny bit of a reprieve. This is the slowest I felt all morning at this point, but they are still coming by in gusts. So make sure to be careful this morning. I'll send things back to you guys.
As Nicole mentioned, we have seen some incredible wind early on this morning. Multiple gusts up over 50 miles per hour, or up over 60 miles per hour, excuse me. That's for us here in Spokane, over in Coeur d'Alene, 70 miles per hour in Post Falls. The wind is expected to continue. Stick with us on the CW22 for the latest on all of this wind.
Oh boy, yeah, so continue with us as we come up here on the CW22 for 2 more hours of news and weather.
We'll see you there at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock.
Thanks for watching Up with Krem.
Experts and data agree flu vaccines are safe and effective. It's easy, it's accessible, and it works. Make a difference.
At Chewy, we know the only thing that changes when bringing home a new pet is everything. And we're here with everything to help you on that journey. Whether it's finding the perfect bed for a new friend or giving them something personal to welcome them to the family. We can even help you find the perfect treat or food that makes you both smile.
Yeah,
Chewy's
I can.
got toys, treats, prescriptions, all the things you need to celebrate your new friend, delivered right to your door. Save on all your pet essentials. Visit chewy.com today.
Okay.
Leaky pipes, clogged drain, no hot water? At Raptor Router and Plumbing, we know there's more essential business happening in your home now than ever before. We've implemented a no-contact process because we understand the safety of your family and sanitation of your home is critical. Call Raptor Router and Plumbing today at 509-230-2369 and receive $30 off any drain cleaning service. Raptor Router and Plumbing, we make your leaks become extinct.
Research shows people remember commercials better. So to help you
71 officially. Crazy.
Here's one that'll really take you back.
Wow! What you got, Ryan?
It's customized home insurance from Liberty Mutual.
What does it do, bud?
It customizes our home insurance so we only need what we need.
And what did you get, Mike?
Okay.
I don't know, honestly.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Watch The Drew Barrymore Show today at 11 on CW22.
Up with Krim begins now.
Right now on Up with Krim, we are tracking some strong winds spreading across the region. You can see the camera downtown shaking as we've recorded multiple wind gusts here in Spokane, up over 60 miles per hour. The airport, a gust at 71 miles per hour this morning.
We're also keeping you updated on the numbers of downed power lines and power outages across our region this morning. The latest up-to-date information to keep you safe as this weather in our area continues.
Well, Inauguration Day is 1 week away. Vice President Mike Pence refused to invoke the 25th Amendment in the last week of President Trump's term. Up ahead, the new measure to remove him from office.
Well, thank you for joining us on Up with Krim. Check it out. We just lost some of our lights just now this morning.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the lights here if you can see us. You can tell that it is a strong windstorm this morning that we are seeing across the region.
Yeah, and a big story going to be that all morning long. As you can see, we have team coverage today. Nicole Hernandez joining us, Tim Pham joining us as well, giving you the latest information that you need to know.
Yeah, I think we just taking some power hits there, running on a generator in some cases. And it is official this morning. We have seen wind gusts that are just as strong as the 2015 windstorm. Helps you put in perspective what we're dealing with this morning. So we want to get right to meteorologist Jeremy Legoo. He's been warning us about this storm all week. And of course, Jeremy, very busy this morning in the Weather Center.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This one all came down to elevation. It's kind of incredible looking at elevation around town. You head over to Spokane International Airport. A wind gust of 71 miles per hour was recorded this morning. At the National Weather Service office, a wind gust of 64 miles per hour. You head downtown, you get down close to the water. Their highest wind gust, quite a bit calmer than some of those, even 20 miles per hour less in some areas. Just kind of looking through these wind gusts, up near 61 miles per hour at times in a few different locations around town. So it is still windy, and we are starting to watch some of that wind shift ever so slightly, but our wind warning, our high wind warning still remains in place. That is until 4 p.m. for a lot of us. The strong wind is expected to continue, but here is a look at some of those strong wind gusts. 64 here in Spokane at the National Weather Service office, 61 in Coeur d'Alene. Notice it calms down significantly as you head up towards Sandpoint or Bonners Ferry. But you head south and it's some strong wind there as well. And that wind is expected to continue as we head through the day. Our widespread wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour in that little dotted area will continue as we head through the next couple of hours. We are starting to see some of the sky clear out back behind that storm. A couple of little post-frontal instability bits back behind it, but for the most part, we are going to start to see our weather patterns shift as we move through the day. That doesn't mean the wind's done. We will hang on to some strong wind gusts throughout the day. Thankfully, those aren't looking as strong as what we've seen already this morning. 6:15 was likely when we saw our strongest wind gusts out of this push here in Spokane, but we are going to keep a very close eye on this and let you know what's coming throughout the day and keep you updated on those latest numbers. And with some of those, Here's Jen York.
Hi, Jeremy. Very busy in the Weather Center this morning, so thank you for that. It is 7:03 now. Continuing our breaking news, Spokane firefighters just rescued a woman from Spokane South Hill. This is after a tree fell on her home and partially collapsed it. So Tim Pham is there now joining us with the latest. Tim, did she make it out okay?
Yeah, we're told, Jen, that firefighters were able to rescue that woman, but we're learning frightening new details, chilling new details about what happened. They tell us that the top of a tree snapped off and went into the home like a lawn dart, is what firefighters were telling us, and went in between a husband and wife sleeping in the middle of the night. So we're told that the woman was actually trapped under the tree inside their bedroom. The husband was able to call 911 and get the kids out safely, and the woman was brought to a hospital where she's being evaluated for crush-like injuries, but we're told that she was conscious and able to talk to first responders, but obviously very shaken up after all of this. We're told that it took chainsaws and several firefighters to be able to cut through the trees and take the woman out of the house, and you can see the top of where that tree fell into their bedroom. Just very frightening moments. Again, the firefighter that I spoke to this morning said that the top of the tree went into the home like a lawn dart. It fell straight into their bedroom. But again, they do tell me that she has injuries, but it is not expected to be life-threatening. So again, just an example this morning of just how dangerous these winds are. We'll be tracking this developing situation throughout the day. We'll keep you updated. For now, reporting live in Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
Tim, thank you for those new details and wishing her a speedy recovery. Scary situation there. Well, of course, it is wet and windy. You can see the trees waving if you're outside, but a good idea to stay inside today. We do want to take a live look this morning in Coeur d'Alene. Very gusty conditions as you head further east. Let's check in with Nicole Hernandez. She's moved across state line this morning with an update on the conditions in Idaho. Hi, Nicole.
Yeah, hi, Jen. So right now the gusts in Coeur d'Alene are a lot more sporadic than they are in Spokane. Spokane seem to have more of a steady, strong wind. Here in Coeur d'Alene, it's more of a touch and go, but when those gusts do come, they're definitely stronger. So right now we're at Riverstone right now, and you can see we're pretty solid, just a light wind right now, but just right before the hit, I was moving around a little bit. The wind was pushing me coming from my back, and I almost fell off this little curb that I'm standing on here. So make sure you're careful as those gusts, particularly over here in North Idaho, are really coming in spurts and be surprising you for sure. And you can really feel that when you're driving on the freeway. You can feel the wind pushing your car in and out of the lane. So make sure you're being careful as you're driving, and be careful of tumbleweeds and branches and trash that are making their way onto the road. So there's a lot to watch out for this morning. But again, make sure you're being careful and watch for those downed trees, falling branches, and potential downed power lines that are causing these outages that we're seeing. Those can be dangerous and can be powered, so make sure to tell Avista if you do see those. Live in Coeur d'Alene, I'm Nicole Hernandez.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much. And Joshua, of course, we know with the wind comes power outages. So this morning, we've seen those steadily increase over the course of the past 2 hours. Here at 7:07, Avista is reporting more than 33,000 customers are waking up without power. So crews are now working to restore about 300 outages in total. Those outages are spread across eastern Washington and Idaho. Right now, there is no estimate when the power will be restored.
Yeah, customers can report Avista outages at the link on your screen. Users can also report outages on the Avista mobile app. And just to be aware, they are taking a little while to generate at times, so stay vigilant if you're trying to check the latest numbers or report a new outage.
Inland Power and Light, I actually just updated this, is looking at 12,000 outages right now. To report an outage from Inland Power and Light, you can call the number that you see there on the bottom of your screen. You can also report down power lines to that same number. Meanwhile, Kootenai Electric is reporting about 3,000 outages, noticeably less than our other major power companies. Those stretch from Coeur d'Alene up to Bayview. And as we were talking about a little bit, Joshua, following the 2015 windstorm, Kootenai Electric got a grant to put a lot of their power lines underground. And maybe we're seeing the result of that this morning, seeing that they've had far less power outages than Avista or Inland Power. Now, Avista tweeted a reminder this morning, if you see a downed power line, do not approach it. They say assume it is live. This also means let the experts remove those downed tree limbs from your driveways as well. 7:08 now. Well, this morning we have several school closures, all related to the wind. Closed today, we have the Cheney School District, St. Thomas More, and Windsong. On a 2-hour delay, we have the Colton School District, as well as the Coeur d'Alene Tribal School running late. Moving to online school is the Davenport School District. Of course, we're going to be tracking those. Those are just coming in here in the past 30 minutes or so, but of course, we'll keep you updated if that changes.
And just to update you, those numbers changing very fast, Jen. Of course, just in the past few minutes, we have learned that the number of Avista outages has jumped to 40,000. Keep your eyes right here on Up with Krem. We'll continue to keep you updated throughout the morning.
All right, it is 7:09 now. We still have plenty more to come here on Up with Krem. We're going to be tracking those conditions next here on Up with Krem. In the meantime, we'll leave you with this live look over downtown Spokane.
And we are going to just keep you up to date on some of the wind across the region. Temperatures starting to drop as our new air mass moves in. That is a sign that the wind is starting to calm down. We'll keep you up to date on the latest and let you know when this wind should start to ease.
Lights flickering? Outlet not working? Infinite Electric will have you up and running in no time. Call now and receive $49 off your next electrical service or repair. For all your electrical needs, Infinite Electric, your forever electricians.
The Inland Northwest is such a great place to live and to work, and there are so many nonprofits that make it special. KREM 2 and STCU want to know your charity of choice so that we can support the good work being done here in our community. So we're asking, who do you love? Nominate your favorite nonprofit on KREM.com. It's fast and easy, and it could mean money for your favorite charity. Why not share the love?
COVID-19 can find you here when you're just trying to celebrate. It can find you here when you're with your closest friends, or even here when you're spending time with family. Wear a mask. Stay 6 feet apart. Don't host gatherings, even in your own home. Protect the people you love.
Do you feel like your prescriptions are too expensive? I know I do. Then it's time to take 10 seconds and check the Single Care price.
That's right. With Single Care, you can save up to 80% right at the register.
That's my line. They want me to say that at the end.
Why?
Because I'm the guy.
And I get that.
Then don't say it.
Don't say what? With Single Care, you can save up to 80% on your meds?
You said it again, and you left out right at the register.
Well, isn't that part obvious?
Doesn't matter. You're still not the guy.
Well, I'm a guy.
Cut. Let's try it again.
Try what again?
Ah.
Here's something you may not know. At Becker Buick GMC, we have some of the best, nearly new pre-owned vehicles in the region. You'll discover a large inventory of top quality pre-owned vehicles that will fit your specific needs and your budget. And if you prefer, you can even shop online right from home. Just select your vehicle and schedule the delivery. Take the pain out of the purchase, where you're always treated like family at Becker Buick GMC and Becker Pre-Owned.
Love lower than low prices? Then get more ways to save at Fred Meyer, where you can find personalized coupons, weekly deals, and rewards like fuel points. All for prices that are lower than low. On food that's fresher than fresh. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone.
Now, your local Storm Tracker 2 forecast.
Now I'm keeping a very close eye on what we have going on across the region. We expected strong winds early on this morning, and those winds are proving to be very elevation dependent. You get down close to Riverfront Park, down downtown, down close to the river in those lower elevations, and the wind is not near as strong as it has been up in some of the higher elevations around town. That's South Hill. That's the hill on the north side. And that's over at Spokane International Airport, where we've already recorded an incredible wind gust this morning. Wind still out of the west-southwest, sustained at about 49 miles per hour, and that is impressive. We've seen multiple wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour, but there are signs that we're starting to head into our new air mass, signs that things are starting to shift to a little bit calmer conditions. But we're still talking winds strong enough to be up near 60 miles per hour. That's still strong enough to cause tree damage, break off some of those bigger tree branches. And as we know, that's been causing quite a few power outages so far this morning. Tens of thousands of people without power. We'll have an update on that number here for you in just a couple minutes. Wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour are expected. In this orange shaded area, that is our high wind warning. That is where we are expecting the strongest wind gusts. That includes Spokane and Coeur d'Alene, down into Pullman, over into Ritzville, over into Grand Coulee. All of those areas are expected to see some of those incredibly strong wind gusts. And in this little dotted area you see right there, that's where you'll see those wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour as we scoot into the day. Already, we've recorded a gust officially of 64 miles per hour here in Spokane. That's at the National Weather Service office. Officially at the airport, at Spokane International Airport, there was a gust of 71 miles per hour recorded at 6:15 this morning. That's incredibly powerful. Coeur d'Alene, 61 miles per hour is our strongest wind gust there. In Sandpoint, now seeing a gust of up to 41 miles per hour. You head down to the south. How about Walla Walla, 61 miles per hour, Richland 48 miles per hour, widespread gusts in the 50s as you make your way out into the Columbia Basin. This is exceptionally windy. We're still seeing those wind gusts sustained pretty strong. These are your sustained winds, 49 miles per hour, but look at what's going on out to our west. Things are already starting to calm down, and that is a great sign as we see those calmer winds working their way toward us. We're also keeping an eye on those flooding potentials because even as our system starts working its way out, the cold front moving on out, we're seeing a few lingering showers, but it's really about all of that runoff working its way down into some of those lower streams and rivers. When it comes to temperatures, this is also very interesting. 52 degrees. We hit that early on this morning. It was 52 degrees when I left my house this morning to get here. Right now, 43 degrees, even down to about 40 officially. So temps are falling, and they are falling quick. By this afternoon, we're down in the 30s as the sun comes back out. And if you like it, 30s and sun without the wind tomorrow.
Oh boy, Jeremy, we can really hear it. We can feel it. We've seen our lights flicker here. So we are experiencing the same conditions you are at home. So stay safe, everyone. And we'll let Jeremy get back to work tracking that forecast. In the meantime, we do want to follow up with some breaking news. New just within the past 10 minutes. Avista is now reporting close to 50,000 customers without power. Now, crews are working to restore hundreds of outages. There you're looking at the inland power map outage. Of course, they're also dealing with thousands of outages right now, looking at about 12,000 customers without power with inland power. That's the Avista outage map. As you can see, those outages are spread across eastern Washington and Idaho. Avista crews do want to remind folks that if you see a downed power line or even a downed limb this morning, you need to assume that the line is live. They have crews out there working to get those outages restored, but they say in the meantime, with all these new outages, just assume that those lines are live. Do not try to remove any limbs from those outages. So if you do need to report an outage to Avista, you can do so on its website. Also very easy to do via its mobile app. I've done it before. It takes less than a minute.
And just to let you know, if you are attempting to get onto those websites, whether it is through a mobile app, through your computer, whatever it is, be aware there are hundreds, thousands of people also checking those same resources this morning. It could take a few minutes, a little bit of a delay on those websites. We've seen it coming in as we've continued to track those numbers throughout the morning. Also, some additional advice coming in for you this morning. If you do wake up without power, use flashlights, not candles, if you are looking for a source of light. And any electronics, any utilities, any sort of appliances that might have been turned on before you lost power, make sure they are turned off. Jen, plenty of people though looking for an opportunity to figure out when is power going to be restored. At least as far as Avista is concerned, we are still waiting on an opportunity to get an exact time on which that could happen.
All right, Joshua, thank you for that update. Also new here at 7:18, big news here, breaking news just in the past 2 minutes. Spokane Public Schools says due to the power outages at the schools, school is canceled today. All in-person and distance learning classes are canceled. So not a snow day, but a wind day here in the Spokane area. Again, Spokane Public Schools now are going to be closed for the day. All right, it is 7:18 now. We do want to check back in with Jeremy for a look at what we're experiencing.
We are taking a quick look outside, and you know, it is one of those ones where we have this front working its way on through, and as that front moves through, you can see the wind picking up and staying strong. We're going to keep you up to date on the latest information on this passing storm and what that means for you.
KREM 2 News is sponsored by Airstream of Spokane.
Ah, yes. The living room / classroom / office. Observe how gig speed internet from Xfinity powers the gaming tablet, the school tablet, and the extremely sticky tablet. Everyone's connected at once, even Mom, who's upstairs working hard.
Mommy's not here right now.
Gig speeds to more homes than anyone.
Leave her be.
Can your internet do that? Get started with Xfinity Internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months, or learn about other options with speeds up to 2 gigs. Click, call, or visit a store today.
Or a wheat bread, gathering, baking, and delivering the goodness of nature from one generation to the next, and from seed to slice.
Ever have this happen? Tired of disorganized pill bottles? It's frustrating.
At Medicine Man Pharmacy, we offer adherence packaging. This is your daily medication and dosage time packages designed specifically for you.
Adherence packaging will simplify your life. Your medications are packaged in dosage units that are safe and convenient and easy to use.
We offer unique solutions at Medicine Man Pharmacy.
More than 20 years ago,
Thank you.
Give a mic check, please.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you.
Locally owned and operated, our mission is to provide a safe environment with flexible amenities for you and your loved one's abilities. Our focus will always be, it's your life, it's your home. Because
Yep,
our
this is me.
come first. Orchard Crest Retirement, independent
Okay.
assisted living and memory care, now showing openings and taking COVID precautions every step of the way.
New Year's savings are still going on with Bi-Mart's latest savings book, mailed straight to you. There are 16 pages full of great value to help you and your family get what you need for less. You'll find great deals in our pet department, great savings on food and snacks, and the best brands in automotive care, all here in our savings book. And don't forget to sign up for our email newsletter for your chance to win a $1,000 Bi-Mart gift card. Bi-Mart, employee owned, real value, every day.
KREM 2 News is sponsored by Companies That Care sponsor Findlay Auto Post Falls.
$7:21 now, continuing our breaking news coverage of this morning's windstorm. Spokane firefighters rescued a woman from her home this morning after it partially collapsed. Tim Pham is there. He's been there for about 30 minutes or so now. But Tim, you have some new information for us.
Yeah, Jen, I think I just heard a transformer explode not far from where we are right now. And we're actually hearing reports of this all over the South Hill, as the South Hill and all parts of our region is getting battered by wind right now. But I do want to show you this home right behind me is where this tree snapped in half. The top of it came crashing down into a home and then actually pinned a woman inside her bedroom along with her husband. The husband was able to get out and call 911 and get the kids out to safety. And then shortly after, around 6:15 or so, firefighters rescued that woman. They had to use chainsaws to get her out of the bedroom and then bring her to a hospital. We're told that she's being treated for a crush evaluation right now, but they say that she was conscious but a little shaken up when they did rescue her. So again, a very frightening moments for this family, and we are tracking all of this developing situation on the South Hill. Again, if you don't have to be outside, stay inside right now. It is very windy out here. For now, reporting live on the South Hill, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
Oh, Tim, glad to hear that she's going to be okay. Certainly a scary situation to wake up to. Of course, if you are just waking up this morning and want all the details on what we're looking at, join us on the CW22. We'll have an update here in just a few moments. Start your day. Get up with Krem on the CW22. Weekdays, 7 to 9 a.m.
We're covering what's happening here at home.
Plus, I have your detailed Storm Tracker 2 weather forecast.
And keep it tuned to CW22 for the People's Court, the Drew Barrymore Show, Judge Jerry, and all of the great primetime CW shows.
Then finish your day with me on Krempton News at 10. Get your latest news and weather forecast an hour early.
Watch it
only on Spokane's CW22.
The Beef Zone, where BLT meets double beef and creamy ranch. Try the new BLT Ranch Double Cheeseburger for just $2.99. Part of Charbroiled Double Deals at Carl's Jr. Feed your happy.
Does your bath or shower need a remodel? Bath Fitter can do it all. We'll remove your existing fiberglass tub or shower and replace it with a custom crafted shower or soaker tub. All made in America at our state-of-the-art factory. We rebuild your walls with new drywall and install a custom-made tub or shower with seamless walls in as little as 1 day. All work is guaranteed and built to last. Call your locally owned Bath Fitter store now to book your free in-home estimate or visit bathfitter.com.
We know you probably have some questions about COVID vaccines. Here are some answers about how they're being made.
How are COVID vaccines being produced faster?
Usually vaccine testing and production are done as separate steps, but because of the pandemic, vaccines are being developed on parallel tracks, meaning we're still doing both steps, just at the same time.
How are the vaccines being tested?
As we speak, several different COVID vaccines are in testing. Each of them goes through more than one clinical trial, first with a small group of volunteers, then a couple hundred, then thousands.
How will the vaccines get approved?
Not all COVID vaccine versions that go through clinical trials will make it to the final stages of testing and approval. Produced vaccines that do not pass will be destroyed. For those that do make it past clinical trials, a team of medical experts will examine test results and possible side effects. If the vaccine works and it's safe, it gets approved. Then it gets to you. For more answers, go to covidvaccinewa.org.
For skin that never holds you back, don't settle for silver. Number 1 for diabetic dry skin. Number 1 for psoriasis symptom relief. And number 1 for eczema symptom relief. Gold Bond, championing your skin.
Hungry for a double deal? This beefy BLT just put on a little ranch. The new BLT Ranch Double Cheeseburger for just $2.99. Part of Charbroiled Double Deals at Carl's Jr. Feed your happy.
$7:26 now. Good morning. I'm Jen York. We are waking up to a windstorm this morning. Many of you waking up to maybe power outages and maybe a few school closures as well. New in the past 10 minutes, the Spokane Public School District announced it is closed today due to power outages at the schools. Again, this is the Spokane Public School District. No school today. Of course, it joins a growing list of school closures and delays. You can read all of them right now on krem.com. Also, the latest to come in just within the past few minutes. The All Saints Catholic School is also closed today. Of course, it is windy outside. This morning, we saw gusts just as strong as the 2015 windstorm. So for a live look at the conditions this morning, we're checking in with Nicole Hernandez. She's been in Spokane this morning, and now she's made it across state line. Nicole, what are you looking at right now?
Yeah, Jen, so in Coeur d'Alene here, the wind gusts are particularly sporadic and really are jarring when they do come up very strong. Very different than in Spokane. Spokane, it's more consistent wind with those gusts. Here, it gets pretty calm to those gusts, and that's really a particular problem on the roads. It is a little bit treacherous on the roads with those winds pushing cars around in the lane, so make sure you're giving yourself time this morning to be careful. In Coeur d'Alene, I'm Nicole Hernandez.
All right, well, you heard it there from Nicole. It has been a windy morning. She's been out in it all morning long, and we are continuing to see it. Wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour here in Spokane and over in Coeur d'Alene as well. Now, the good news is it's starting to look like we are through the worst of it. As we head into the next couple hours, by about 9 a.m., we'll start to see that wind calm down, and as we head into the afternoon, wind should ease across the region. We'll be back with more Up with Krem after the break.
Heritage Home Loans is your local home loan provider with offices in the Spokane and Coeur d'Alene area. Their experienced loan officers have helped thousands of local home buyers and their families obtain the home of their dreams. Social distancing measures have been put into place, and the Heritage Home Loans team is currently open and serving their clients through remote transactions. Start your loan application process today by visiting hhlnorthwest.com. Heritage Home Loans, your Northwest lending solution.
Leaky pipes? Clogged drain? No hot water? At Raptor Rooter and Plumbing, we know there's more essential business happening in your home now than ever before. We've implemented a no-contact process because we understand the safety of your family and sanitation of your home is critical. Call Raptor Rooter and Plumbing today at 509-230-2369 and receive $30 off any drain cleaning service. Raptor Rooter and Plumbing. We make your leaks become extinct.
Our team is the difference. I'm Lauren Guskey, founder of Horizon Hospice and Palliative Care. When we started Horizon in 1998, we saw a need for exceptional hospice care provided by a skilled, compassionate team in a supportive and honoring workplace. Here's what one of our staff members recently said about coming to Horizon Hospice.
I honestly tell other nurses, moving to Horizon Hospice was the best career move ever.
I never feel like I'm left on my own here. This company really is a team effort.
This is the first place
Okay.
where I feel they truly appreciate the skills I bring to the table.
We're so blessed to have a wonderful, caring, and compassionate staff. They are the reason we're the #1 hospice care provider in Spokane. And remember, you have a choice. So don't just say hospice, say Horizon Hospice.
We are tracking breaking news about the latest information coming out of Spokane schools. The announcement this morning that due to power outages across Spokane public schools and more high winds expected, schools will be closed today. That includes all in-person classroom learning and distance learning for today, Wednesday, January 13th. Of course, we will keep you updated as we learn more from Spokane public schools and any other school districts and schools around our area as we continue to battle through this windstorm this morning. We do want to welcome you into Up with Krem. Of course, our big story today, if you haven't seen it or heard it or felt it, it's that high windstorm that is pushing its way through the inland Northwest this morning, Jen.
Yeah, of course. We can hear it in our studio. We've seen our lights flickering. Many of you at home may be watching on our stream this morning, so welcome. Happy to have you with us. Of course, we want to take a look at what it looks like right now outside. We have Nicole Hernandez out in the elements this morning. Nicole, what does it look like where you are?
Yeah, Jen, Joshua, I've just been saying for the past 30 minutes now that here in Coeur d'Alene, we're getting those very jarring gusts of wind. It goes from kind of calm to those big gusts. And our meteorologist, Jeremy Legoo, just let me know that that's good news, actually. That means we're getting through the thick of it. I was not sure what that meant, but that is really what's happening right now, is instead of the more steady, strong winds, we're seeing those stronger gusts of winds, which is arguably harder for the driving conditions. So make sure you're careful as those gusts can move your car. Live in Coeur d'Alene, I'm Nicole Hernandez.
Nicole, thank you so much. Of course, Jeremy Legoo, our meteorologist, has been very busy this morning. Jeremy, what are we looking at here at 7:30?
Oh man, hearing that from Nicole just makes me feel a lot better as we head into the hour that the sun comes up here across the inland Northwest. It was exceptionally windy early on this morning. We saw wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour here in Spokane. The airport officially recorded a 71 mile per hour wind gust. I'll put together a little graphic with all of our latest wind gusts here in just a second, but for now, here's what you need to know. Wind now out of the west-southwest at around 49 miles per hour. Look at the temperature though, 40 degrees. We've dropped more than 10 degrees from where we were at 4 a.m. That's because of that shift in wind direction and another sign of good news. All of these things that we're starting to see are signs of good news. Look at your atmospheric pressure. See how it's up to 29.83 and that arrow going up? That means it's rising. That means our new air mass is moving in. That means the wind will start to calm down. When it comes to the wind, up to 60 miles per hour, even stronger, that's easily enough to snap trees. Some of those trees have already snapped. That's giving us some widespread power outages across the region. We'll have the latest on some of that information for you coming up in just a bit. But for now, here's what you need to know. Our high wind warning lasts a little while longer for those wind gusts up near 60. The good news is I think we are through the worst of it. The bad news is wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour are still possible as we push through the next few hours. Here are some of those highest wind speeds we have seen so far this morning. Many locations up over 60 miles per hour, a few up over 50 even. The wind does calm down as we get into the afternoon. I think by about 9:30 you'll start to notice that wind really easing, and later on today it'll be those sporadic wind gusts, very similar to what Nicole's talking about now, but even more sporadic in nature as we scoot through the day. So that is something to keep a very close eye on. If it's me, well, I'm watching that, and I'm also watching the temperatures. As we get into the second half of the day, temperatures will continue to fall for us. So we were up to 52 already this morning. Temps now sliding back down near 40 and then sliding into the 30s later on this afternoon as the sun comes back out and our new air mass settles in place.
And Jeremy, you just mentioned that possibility of downed trees. We know it's not just a possibility, it is a reality, and that's why we have our team out checking out the inland Northwest right now. Our Dana Marie McNichol is joining us from the South Hill with the latest on what she is seeing. Dana Marie, you've been out there for a little while now. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, guys, hey, good morning. I can't actually stand in front of my camera because of how aggressive the winds are. It would actually blow it over, but I want to show you, I'm in the Trader Joe's parking lot. There's a lot of debris flying around, bags as well. As I came up on the South Hill on Southeast Boulevard, there is actually a tree down blocking one full lane. I'm walking around this parking lot. As you can see, it's very windy. Jeremy was saying that it might be a little bit sporadic. Here on the South Hill, it doesn't seem too sporadic to me. Consistent, strong winds. Those gusts are pushing me over. It's hard to even get out of my car right now. A lot of leaves and debris kind of here in this Trader Joe's parking lot, but as you can see, it's pretty quiet this morning. I just got word on the South Hill that they lost power as well. My house does not have power, so many of us are still waking up to no power this morning. A lot of you are commenting on social media, on our Facebook page, letting us know what's going on. And we suggest that you send in some photos and let us know if there's any other downed trees in your area. We'll put those live here on Up with Krem. But again, I'm live in the South Hill parking lot, not able to stand in front of my camera because of how windy it is this morning. You could really kind of see those branches moving here in the wind. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Dana Marie, please keep yourself safe out there as we appreciate you continuing to track the latest conditions this morning. We're also tracking thousands and thousands of power outages, and they're just growing, Jen.
Yeah, we're seeing them increase basically every time we refresh the outage map. So this morning, beginning with Inland Power and Light, it's reporting more than 13,000 customers are without power right now. Now, to report an outage, you can call the number at the bottom of your screen. You can also report down power lines to that same number.
Kootenai Electric is also reporting just over 3,100 customers without power this morning. Outages are spread across North Idaho, and right now the largest outage is coming from the Coeur d'Alene area. But Avista easily being hit the hardest this morning, reporting thousands of outages in our area. Just in the past few minutes, that number has passed 63,000 customers that are now affected by these ongoing outages. And right now, we still do not have an estimated time of power restoration. We continue to refresh, we continue to check, and we continue to bring you the latest as we learn it. But Avista did tell us they do believe it could take up to a day before everyone's power is back on.
Yeah, they're tweeting out that information this morning. Of course, if you have an outage to report, you can do that to the Avista website. You can see the list, the URL there on your screen. You can also do that via the Avista mobile app. I've done it myself. It is very easy to do. All right, this morning we do have several school delays and closures related to this storm. Most importantly here, the big one, Spokane Public Schools is closed for the day. They join the growing list of the Cheney School District, St. Thomas More, the Windsong School, and All Saints Catholic School being closed today. On a 2-hour delay, we have the Colton School District, and the Coeur d'Alene Tribal School is also running late. Moving to online only is the Davenport School District and North Idaho College. Of course, all of this information is changing by the minute, Joshua. Of course, we're going to continue tracking it here on the CW22.
And not only will we continue to update you throughout the show, but we also keep you updated on KREM.com. And our next update on the outages will continue not only through this hour, but the next hour as well on Up with KREM as it continues on the CW22. But let's get back to Jeremy checking out what else we can expect as this windstorm continues through our area. Jeremy.
You know, we are still seeing some of those stronger wind gusts. Dana Marie set up on South Hill. Wind staying quite strong. Down low, it's becoming a little more sporadic. And we are seeing some damage around town. I'll let you know the latest on some of those wind speeds and how long this wind sticks around this morning.
How to change the way you pizza. Step 1, grab a delicious Papa Murphy's pizza. Step 2, bake. Step 3, chow down on the deliciousness. Right now, get the Cowboy Pizza for just $13. Papa Murphy's.
Are you looking for your forever electrician? Look no further than Infinite Electric. Our licensed, bonded, and insured electricians are among the most trusted and experienced in the Spokane and Coeur d'Alene region. Call now and receive $49 off your next electrical service or repair. Infinite Electric, your forever electricians.
It's time for the lowest prices of the season on the Sleep Number 360 smart bed. You can adjust your comfort on both sides, your sleep number setting.
Can it help me fall asleep faster?
Yes, by gently warming your feet.
But can it help keep me asleep?
Absolutely. It intelligently senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you both effortlessly comfortable.
Will it help me keep up with Mom?
You got this.
So you can really promise better sleep?
Not promise, prove. And now, during the lowest prices of the season, the Queen Sleep Number 360 C2 smart bed is only $8.99. Only for a limited time. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Your mission. Stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Belvita breakfast biscuits are baked with nutritious morning energy. Energy to share a helping hand. Energy to share new ideas. Energy to share your warmth. Belvita breakfast biscuits. It takes energy to share the energy.
At Papa Murphy's, we make fresh pizza that you bake at home. Because home is where the fun is. Right now, get the Herb Chicken Mediterranean Pizza for just $10. Papa Murphy's. Change the way you pizza.
We've got a lot going on in the world of weather early on this morning, and when it comes to the wind, it all depends on your elevation. This is an incredibly elevation-dependent windstorm. If you make your way into downtown, the wind is not near as bad. It is still exceptionally gusty. It is still strong enough to down some smaller branches, but you're looking at gusts significantly lower, less intense than what we are seeing on the top of South Hill. We're seeing sustained wind gusts around 49 miles per hour out at the airport, and temperatures continue to drop. We're down to about 40 degrees now, and as we continue to watch those temperatures drop, that's one of just a few signs we're looking for that would tell us that the wind will start to ease. Wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour, like what we've seen, are strong enough to break trees. That is the strength that it takes to break some of those branches off those ponderosa pines. When that happens, you do wind up seeing those power outages. We are seeing some pretty widespread power outages early on this morning, and that is something we are keeping a pretty close eye on. Those wind gusts have prompted a high wind warning everywhere shaded in those orange areas where you can expect some of those stronger wind gusts. This lighter tan color is where we're seeing those wind gusts around 55 miles per hour. That's still something we're keeping a close eye on, but when it comes to that wind, 64 miles per hour was the official at the National Weather Service office. You head over to the airport, Spokane International Airport, we've seen a wind gust of 71 miles per hour this morning, and that makes us tied with the storm back in 2015 for the strongest thunderstorm wind gust we've seen here in Spokane. So it has been windy. It's not just you. The wind continues, but by about 9:30, we'll start to watch it ease here in Spokane. Doesn't mean it's not going to be strong. In fact, that wind stays strong as we head into the afternoon. And not until about 4 p.m. tonight do we see it really calm down for everyone. In addition to the wind, it's that flood concern. Main two areas that we are watching, the Palouse and Paradise Creek. Those two could swell up to their banks and even approach that minor flood stage. So we're going to keep a close eye on those, because as that front worked its way on out, it not only brought us the wind, but it brought us some heavy moisture. That moisture now starting to move out, and as the colder air moves in, look at some of that rain transitioning into snow. We did see some rain even up in some of those higher elevations, some areas that saw snow yesterday. Saw a little bit of rain this morning. Now that's transitioning to snow, a little post-frontal instability in those higher elevations. That's kind of the higher mountains squeezing out the last bit of energy. Another good sign. As we head through the day, the last sign we're looking for is wind shifting directions. Once it turns to westerly, we'll really start watching things wind down. Believe it or not, we've hit 52 degrees already this morning. We're at 40 now, and by tonight, we're down in the mid-20s. Temperatures continue to slide all day long before we calm down as we get into the day tomorrow, Jen.
Boy, Jeremy, I just took a moment to step off the set and look outside, and you can see all sorts of stuff scattered across the road, signs and things like that. The wind is knocking down trees, of course, but it's scattering, garbage and things like that across the South Hill. So something to keep in mind this morning. All right, 7:44 now. We do want to check in with Tim Pham now. He's been live here on Spokane South Hill. Tim, where are you now, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, Jen, this morning we're on the South Hill, as you mentioned. We're on South Hatch Road right now, a very busy road, and not too long ago it was blocked by a huge down tree. You can see crews were able to chop up that tree and push it to the side, but if you just take a look up, you can see just how strong this wind is. We're near the Manitou Golf Club and Country Club here, and the wind is just continuing to whip around here on the South Hill. A lot of people, it's their garbage and recycling day, and we're seeing a lot of trash cans in the roadways. So if you live on the South Hill or anywhere in town that it's your trash pickup day, it might be a good idea just to take them in for the time being, because it is just causing a big mess all over the streets. But we're continuing to monitor the situation all over town. If you want us to check something out, go ahead and text us 509-448-2000. Live in Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
Tim bringing us the latest updates this morning, as well as Nicole Hernandez joining us live in the field as well. But we also want to jump to Dana Marie McNichol, who is also out working in the field this morning, joining us live from the South Hill. Dana Marie, you've been out there for about an hour now. Tell us what you're seeing.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I can't even step in front of my camera because of how windy it is. The tripod would actually fall. We don't want that on live television, but it's absolutely windy here. The winds really haven't sustained at all. You can see some debris in the parking lot. A lot of things moving around, boxes, trash. What is really a big indicator, I was looking at this group of trees right here. They are swaying in the wind. Absolutely windy. Just to make sure you guys stay careful out there. I'm in this parking lot with no large trees around, but I was driving here on Southeast Boulevard and there was a large tree blocking a lane. So make sure on your morning commute you take a look at what your surroundings are and drive a little bit slower, because you never know exactly what's going on, especially with those limbs falling. But again, live here in the Trader Joe's parking lot. My car is shaking. It's hard to even move out of your car with all that pressure. Social media, we're seeing a lot of comments from people saying that it is just absolutely windy, power outages in their area. I know a lot of homes. I actually watched the lights turn off on homes as I made my way up the South Hill. So you're probably waking up to some of that this morning. But again, live here in the South Hill parking lot, you can see some of those trees moving in the wind, as well as some debris in the parking lot. But again, stay safe out there, guys. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Dana Marie certainly can hear the wind in her microphone there. Thank you so much. All right, it is 7:47 now. Our coverage continues this morning on Up with KREM. We'll have updates all morning long. In the meantime, you can also find that on KREM.com and the KREM 2 mobile app. We'll be right back.
Auto accident? Let me handle the insurance adjuster. I'm Larry West, a local attorney. I care about your case and will handle it personally to get you compensation for your injuries. I'll fight for you. Call me. I actually answer my phone.
Really? What?
Dear all-wheel drive, I'm your new co-pilot, Camry. Let's show the road what we've got. Snowy streets, we're coming for you. Icy grip, we're holding tight. Wintry mix, meh. Safety's the name of our game. Steady, Camry all-wheel drive.
Get $750 customer cash back on a new 2021 Camry, or lease a new 2021 Camry all-wheel drive for $249 a month. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Ora wheat bread, gathering, baking, and delivering the goodness of nature from one generation to the next, and from seed to slice.
New Year's savings are still going on with Buymart's
This is
latest
Northwest
savings book,
Boulevard
mailed straight
right
to
here, right in
you.
Coeur d'Alene.
There are 16
Just a few
pages
minutes
full
ago,
of
it was
great value to help
completely
you and your
blocked.
family get what you need for less. You'll find great deals in our pet department, great savings on food and snacks, and the best brands in automotive care, all here in our savings book. And don't forget to sign up for our email newsletter for your chance to win a $1,000 Buymart gift card. Buymart, employee owned, real value, every day.
We drive everywhere to help our son reach his dream of becoming an elite swimmer. So we enrolled in the Know Your Drive program with American Family Insurance. It gives us discounts for safe driving and other benefits, like emergency roadside service, which comes in handy, no matter where his dreams take him. With Know Your Drive, save up to 20% and get closer to your dreams. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
Auto accident? Let me handle the insurance adjuster. I'm Larry West, a local attorney. I care about your case and will handle it personally to get you compensation for your injuries. I'll fight for you. Call me. I actually answer my phone. 724-1192.
7:50 now. Welcome back. Well, if you are just waking up this morning, it has been a windy start to our Wednesday morning. Today shaping up to look a lot like our 2015 windstorm. So we are taking a live look outside at the conditions this morning across state line. This is in Idaho this morning. We want to check in with Nicole Hernandez. Hi, Nicole. What are you seeing?
Hi, sorry, Jen. One of our photographer's glove is blown away right now in this gust right here. That's what I was just pointing at. But you can probably hear this gust right here. You can definitely tell that here in Coeur d'Alene, we're still getting some big wind gusts. And I want to let Nate give you a look at these trees across the street. We're right along Northwest Boulevard here, right near North Idaho College. And just a couple of minutes ago, this entire road was actually blocked off by crews because a tree was completely down on the road. Now, crews worked incredibly quickly to get that off of the road, and now the road is back open, but there is still a lot of debris. That's the biggest thing that we're seeing right here in Coeur d'Alene, is all of these trees that are down is causing a lot of debris in the roads, and they keep falling for sure. We saw up going around this road closure when we went through the road. We passed the graveyard here, and there were several trees uprooted from the ground completely that were completely down. We had a couple of people stopping to take pictures of that, but we want to be very careful of doing things like that because one tree is down, obviously that means others can fall as well. So you want to be very cautious of that. Of course, keeping an eye out for things falling, but also listening. The ears are a big factor in this. You can hear the crack of those trees as they start to fall. So that is incredibly important to pay attention to. And when you're driving, make sure you're going slow and paying attention as well, because those gusts can be incredibly powerful, particularly when driving along I-90. We were being swerved around a little bit and could definitely feel those gusts moving our car around. So be very careful on the roads and be careful when walking about, just because it is very dangerous conditions with trees potentially falling on power lines. And then power lines down also can be trouble because they can be powered. So make sure if you see any of those to call a Vista. But as we continue getting these gusts, we'll make sure to bring you as much information as we can. But for now, Northwest Boulevard is back open after that tree fell. Live in Coeur d'Alene, I'm Nicole Hernandez.
We're going to keep checking them in Nicole throughout the morning, and we are also tracking thousands of power outages, Jen.
Now, Inland Power and Light right now is reporting more than 15,000 customers are without power. Of course, you can see the map there on your screen. It is scattered all across the inland Northwest this morning. Of course, if you have an outage to report, you can see the number there at the bottom of your screen. Avista
is also reporting that their hold times and their updates to their outage map are slower than normal this morning. Right now, they're reporting nearly 69,000 numbers of customers without power right now, but those numbers have been changing frequently. We also have heard from Kootenai Base Electric reporting just over 3,100 customers are without power this morning, with outages spreading across North Idaho. Of course, we're going to continue to bring you the latest on the outages and the local conditions throughout the inland Northwest as Up with Creme continues.
What's really going on in that Zoom? And from young Sheldon, Reagan Reverd, all new Drew.
Today at 11 on CW22.
The pups reminded me that our best new cars also make our best used cars. And a great place to find them is at Parker Subaru. How's this for peace of mind? Every Subaru certified pre-owned gets a 152-point inspection, Carfax history report, 24/7 roadside assistance.
Sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna try and stand in front of my camera. Let's
Subaru
see.
certified pre-owned vehicles at your no-problem dealership, Parker Subaru in Coeur d'Alene.
We made USAA insurance for members like Martin, an Air Force veteran made of doing what's right, not what's easy. So when a hailstorm hit, USAA reached out before he could even inspect the damage.
That's how you do it right.
USAA insurance is made just the way Martin's family needs it. With hassle-free claims, he got paid before his neighbor even got started. Because doing right by our members, that's what's right. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
Every season is the best season at Tri-State Outfitters. Come discover our supreme selection of world-class gear, clothing, and footwear, chosen with the Northwest in mind, and presented with helpful, knowledgeable service. Indulge your passion for the outdoors thanks to our best price guarantee with options for every budget. Enhance your adventures with our rental and demo gear. There's always something in season at Tri-State Outfitters, Coeur d'Alene, Moscow, and Moses Lake.
To our caregivers, our kindness givers, our hope givers, our givers of hard work and compassion. To everyone giving it their everything, thank you.
I tried a new laxative that's both gentle and fast.
New great tasting Dalcolac soft juice works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac soft juice.
Tracking breaking news this morning as high winds continue to work their way through the inland Northwest this morning. We have live crews on scene all morning long, bringing us the latest news you need to know throughout the area. We're going to check in with Dana Marie McNichol on the South Hill this morning. Dana Marie, you've been out there for a little while. Tell us what the conditions are like for you.
Good morning, guys. It is absolutely windy, as we've been talking about all morning long. I wasn't even able to get in front of my camera for a really long time because the tripod would fall over, but I'm going to step out of the way and kind of give you an idea of what's going on. A lot of debris in the Trader Joe's parking lot here live on the South Hill. You can see in the distance trees are moving quite a bit, and also a lot of here, I'll zoom in so you can see just a lot of things blowing around. Jeremy did say that it might subside just a little bit, but I would say that the gusts are still staying pretty high here on the South Hill.
Yeah, Jeremy, we might be through what you called the worst of it, but that doesn't mean we aren't still seeing plenty of winds working their way through the inland Northwest, right?
Yeah, it's one of those ones that's incredibly difficult for me to explain. When you take a look at some of the gusts we've seen, they are downright incredible. We have tied 2015 for the strongest non-thunderstorm wind gusts Spokane International Airport has ever seen. That's 71 miles per hour. In Spokane, 64-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Post Falls up to 70 miles per hour. 11.5 miles southwest of Wenatchee, 117 miles per hour. It has been exceptionally windy early on this morning, and we are through the worst of it, but that doesn't mean it gets better. We see a little bit of subsiding in the wind, but what we continue to see is strong wind through much of the afternoon. We'll be back with much more Up with Krem on the windstorm after this.
Thanks for watching Up with Krem.
At Coeur d'Alene Honda, every new and select pre-owned Honda comes with a nationwide lifetime warranty.
Worried about your credit, money down, or monthly payment?
We have cars, trucks, and SUVs to fit everyone's budget.
Like the Honda Civic or the HRV.
Need something to fit the whole family? Try our 8-passenger Honda Pilot or our best-selling CRV.
Going off-road to play in the Northwest? The Honda Ridgeline will get you there.
Great selection, great prices, lifetime warranty. Check out our website at cdahonda.com.
These are real people, not actors, who've got their eczema under control. With less eczema, you can show more skin. So roll up those sleeves and help heal your skin from within with Dupixent. Dupixent is the first treatment of its kind that continuously treats moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis, even between flare-ups.
We were here for like 5 minutes or so. Okay, we just talked. John O'Brien just confirmed everything with us, but yeah, we're not going to show anything of this, obviously. Thanks.
Reactions can occur, including anaphylaxis, which is severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye conditions such as eye pain or
Let's just be kind of generic because apparently the family hasn't been notified.
Without talking to your doctor. So help heal your skin from within and talk to your eczema specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
If you need a new mattress, what you don't want could end up costing you. Come to Twilight Bedding Mattress Factory and talk to us. We make your mattress right here in our factory. We can tell you exactly what it's made of. Twilight Bedding is also the only place in the area that you can still buy a good-priced mattress. Visit our website to learn questions to ask and buy. And then come see us. Sleep right, life right.
Watch the People's Court and Judge Mathis today on CW22.
Well, there you go. Live look outside as the sun comes up across the region. You can see the wind downtown still blowing strong enough to move all of those trees around. It's been pretty strong there all morning, but most of the wind is sticking to some of those higher elevation areas. That includes places like South Hill and over into Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene as well. We'll keep an update on what's going on out there.
Oh, absolutely. The wind is howling this morning. We are seeing multiple reports of trees down and thousands of power outages.
Yeah, thousands of people are also waking up without power as this morning's strong winds continue to threaten knocking down tree limbs and knocking out more power. We do want to thank you for joining us here on Up with Krem. I'm Joshua Robinson.
And I'm Jen York. Of course, our meteorologist Jeremy Legou very busy at the Weather Center this morning. Jeremy, we were talking about earlier this morning how this compares to our past windstorms. It looked like it's on par now to be similar to our 2015 storm.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at those wind gusts around the region, this is on par with 2015. A 71-mile-per-hour wind gust was recorded at Spokane International Airport, and that ties 2015 for the strongest non-thunderstorm wind gusts Spokane has ever seen. You make it toward downtown, wind gusts have been a little bit less. Downtown, we were just shy of 60 miles per hour this morning with some of those wind gusts. You make it up South Hill, you make it over to the airport, you make it over to the National Weather Service office, and it's a different story. Those areas recorded wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour. Right now, wind out of the west-southwest at 43 miles per hour. And notice the temperature down to about 38 degrees. Notice the skies starting to clear out. Notice the pressure continuing to rise. All of those things make me believe that we are through the worst of it. Now, that comes with a caveat, and I didn't know how to say this on air, so I'm just going to tell it to you how it is. Just because we're through the worst of it doesn't mean that the danger is gone. Doesn't mean we're done with the wind. It doesn't mean we're not going to see wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour in the next couple of hours. It just means that we are through the worst of it. We are still under a high wind warning for that reason. for the reason that we could easily see wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour still. Anywhere shaded in that orange color is where that is possible. You get into that tan color, about 55 miles per hour is possible as we scoot through the next few hours. Here are some of those peak wind gusts. Remember, Spokane International Airport, 71 miles per hour. Spokane itself, the National Weather Service office, 64 miles per hour there. Coeur d'Alene, 61 miles per hour early on this morning. Walla Walla, 61 miles per hour as well. That wind, now it is going to start to ease. Doesn't mean that we're done with it yet. It just means that it is going to ease. We are going to still see those strong wind gusts. I would not be shocked if we saw another wind gust up over 60 miles per hour for us. That's very possible even after this front works its way out. But we are starting to see signs that the worst of it, the sustained strong winds, the frequent wind gusts, that part of it is starting to work its way out. And for us, as that happens, another sign we'll look for is those dropping temperatures. We've already dipped down into the 30s officially. We're at 38 degrees. Some of the graphics still taking a bit to register as we continue to get this information in. And with power outages around the region, it is going to be difficult. But what I want you to look at is the wind. It stays strong as we head into the afternoon. Not until 3 or 4 p.m. do we finally start to catch a real break in the action. Once again, Jen, just because we're through the worst of it doesn't mean that the threat of wind is done.
Absolutely. Jeremy, thank you so much. And of course, now this storm taking a deadly turn here at 8:04, tracking breaking news. Spokane Fire is confirming one person has died this morning on Spokane South Hill. This is after a tree fell on a car. Tim Pham just arrived at that scene. Tim, what can you tell us?
Yeah, just an unfortunate situation, Jen. As you mentioned, this windstorm now taking a deadly turn, as we've just confirmed that a woman died while inside her car. A tree came falling down, crashing on top of her car. Now, police telling us out of respect to the family and because of the nature of the situation and that they're still working to get her out of the vehicle. We're not going to show the vehicle, but you can see it happened down this block here on 27th and Post. You can kind of see a visual of where that tree is and where the red tape is. But again, just a very unfortunate situation. Police telling us at this hour just to stay inside right now. It is too dangerous to be out and about if you don't have to be. The streets department, they are working to clear roads right now all over the South Hill and all over the city. We had to take High Drive to get here, and there were trees down all over the place. So again, just be safe out there. We're going to continue to follow this developing situation and bring you updates throughout the morning. Live in Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
Oh, Tim, thank you so much for that live report again from Spokane South Hill. As we confirm, this storm now taking a deadly turn with at least one death reported. So it reflects the severity of how dangerous it can be in some situations. So we are taking a live look at conditions around the region as well. We are going from Spokane now to Idaho, where we find Nicole Hernandez. Nicole, you've been out there for about an hour or so now. How have the conditions changed?
Yeah, Jen, they've stayed pretty much the same since coming to Coeur d'Alene, where it really is coming in major gusts of wind. So we get a little bit of a reprieve every once in a while of some calm, and then just like that, those gusts come right back, and that's particularly dangerous. One, for those falling trees, which we've seen a lot of over here, particularly on some of these side roads that have some trees along them. Those trees are definitely falling. And then on top of that, for drivers, the wind is gusting, causing some issues. And you can see that these trees are actually moving around a lot. There's some of these that I counted earlier, 3 of them are broken from about halfway down. This road here, Northwest Boulevard, was closed about 20 minutes ago because a tree fell in the middle of the road. Crews very quickly cleaned that up, and it is back to good now, back and open. But one of the biggest things that is now all over the roads is this debris. The wind is bringing things like this, sticks, tumbleweeds, trash from neighborhoods all over the roads this morning. So if you do have to leave your house, if you do have to get out, make sure you're going slow and being extra careful, because some of these things, obviously these are small, but there are some bigger ones on the road. So definitely keep that in mind, as well as keeping in mind we saw a couple people taking pictures of some of the damage, but of course where one tree is fallen, another one can. So if you can avoid being in that situation near those big trees, you really want to do that. Live in Coeur d'Alene, I'm Nicole Hernandez.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much. And of course, with the wind, we are seeing a lot of power outages now. Here at 8:07, Avista is now reporting about 69,000 customers are waking up without power. So crews are working to restore hundreds of outages. You can see those spread out right now on your screen. This is across eastern Washington and Idaho. And right now, there's no estimate when power will be restored. Avista said it could actually even take up to a day to get the full grasp of how many outages there are and how long it will take to fix.
Yeah, customers can report any other Avista outages at the link you see on your screen right now. Users can also report outages on the Avista mobile app or on the website. Of course, just a reminder, it is a very active, busy website right now. A lot of people turning into this website. So if it is a little slower, just stick with it to make sure you get your outage reported.
Now, Avista also wants to remind people out there, if you see a down power line this morning, do not touch it. Do not approach it. They say you need to assume that it is live. They have crews out working to restore all of these outages, but they're happening so quickly. They say if you see a down line, just leave it be. Also, do not try to remove any down tree limbs that might be touching those lines. Well, Inland Power and Light is also reporting about 16,000 outages as well. You can see those spread out throughout the Spokane, Coeur d'Alene area, even north of Spokane. To report an outage there, you can call the number that you see there at the bottom of your screen. Meanwhile, Kootenai Electric has far less outages than our other major power companies, right now reporting about 3,000 outages. Those stretch from the Coeur d'Alene area up to Bayview. Of course, again, these numbers are quickly changing. Every time we look for the outage map updates, Joshua, we can see those numbers are slowly ticking upward.
But yeah, if we total them all together, Jen, that's more than 87,000 customers across the Northwest right now struggling with power issues. We want to continue to keep you updated throughout the show. We have more updates continuing throughout the morning here as Up with Krem continues.
Also this morning, we are seeing several school closures related to the storm. The latest here being the Eastern Washington University is closed today. It joins a growing list along with Spokane Public Schools, Cheney, St. Thomas More, Winsong School, All Saints Catholic School, and St. George's School, as well as the West Valley School District, all closed today. Right now, on a 2-hour delay, the Colton School District, as well as the Coeur d'Alene Tribal School, running late. Moving online only is the Davenport School District and the North Idaho College. Of course, you can find that growing list right now on krem.com. And excuse me, you at home are often our best eyes and ears when it comes to storms like this. We just had this picture sent in for our text line here of a tree on a home. This is on the 17th. This is on South Hill. So thank you to whoever sent that in for us. I hope the damage is minimal there, but obviously a huge mess to clean up. Hopefully everyone is safe. Moving over to Coeur d'Alene, we're also seeing this picture of a downed tree. This is on 2nd Street over in Coeur d'Alene. So yeah, we're getting those in by the minute. If you have a picture of damage that you can safely send, I want to reiterate safely, if you can do so from inside, you can text us at 509-448-2000.
And along with hoping that that damage is as minimal as possible, Jen, we also want to wish the best in terms of health. Hopefully injuries are kept to a minimum, if any at all. But yeah, Jeremy, we've got plenty more weather coverage coming up.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible wind gusts so far this morning. We'll keep you up to date on the latest, how much longer those winds stick around, and what you can expect through the remainder of the day.
And as always, we welcome our viewers who are watching us live on our stream this morning for continuing coverage. You can always check krem.com and the Krem 2 mobile app. We'll be right back.
Doing the things we love can be painful. Aspercream's triple effect provides targeted relief, works in minutes, lasts for hours. Love hurts. Aspercream works.
At Joya Child and Family Development, we believe that every child is limitless. But what happens when a child is born with a developmental delay or disability? For 60 years, Joya has been helping families turn a diagnosis into a direction for a brighter future. Our early intervention program provides the highest quality therapy services for infants and toddlers with special needs. Joya provides every child a program based on what they need, not based on what they can
My
afford.
gosh, hi, sorry.
Learn how to access our
Hi, guys.
services or support our mission at joya.org.
So we're out here with the top again. I have 60 seconds to tell you 3 things you should know. Ready? Number 1,
getting the immune system in shape. A vaccine is basically a training session for the immune system. Vaccines teach the immune system to look for the key features of a virus. So, when a virus does show up, it's ready to fight it off. Number 2, vaccine, meet virus. The vaccine gives your body a plan to recognize the virus. Then your immune system starts preparing by making antibodies, or fighter cells, that stay in your blood as protection in case the virus tries to invade. What this means is you get immunity against the disease without having to get sick first. Number 3, immunity, immunity. When enough people's bodies know how to fight off a virus, it has nowhere to go. That slows the spread. When people get a vaccine, we're able to stop the spread quicker and get a little closer to ending this pandemic. That's basically how vaccines work. And that is 60 seconds.
In these parts, Ford honors the brave ones, the loggers, fur traders, and homesteaders who built our communities, the adventure seekers who kept going where the road ended. Our wagons may have changed, but the spirit of the brave ones lives on in all of us, bold enough to escape, explore, and rediscover the land we love. For a limited time, get a new Ford Escape, Edge, or Explorer with 0 for 60 plus $2,500 bonus cash. Only at your local Northwest Ford dealer.
New Year's savings are still going on with Bi-Mart's latest savings book, mailed straight to you. There are 16 pages full of great value to help you and your family get what you need for less. You'll find great deals in our pet department, great savings on food and snacks, and the best brands in automotive care, all here in our savings book. And don't forget to sign up for our email newsletter for your chance to win a $1,000 Bi-Mart gift card. Bi-Mart, employee owned, real value, every day.
It is 8:14 now. Welcome back to Up with Krem. We have continuing coverage this morning of our windstorm. We're seeing severe damage reported now all across the region. We do want to check in live now with Dana Marie McNichol. She is live on Spokane's South Hill. Dana Marie, ooh, looks like there's quite some damage behind you there. Where are you?
Absolutely. I'm on 29th and Hash, and as you can see right here behind me, this is a tree that was down. I'm going to step out of the way because that's not actually where it fell. I'm going to show you. It came from the planter right across the street here. Just minutes ago, people cleared this area, but as you can see, the planter right here on 29th is completely destroyed. I just spoke with the neighbor that lives in this house, and he said sparks were flying this morning, especially since we have a down line right behind his house as well. And if you just pan a little bit further, another down tree blocking the road. So here on 29th and Hash off of Grand, there is a lot going on this morning, as you can see.
All right, it looks like we lost Dana Marie, but we'll stay in touch with her and get the latest on what's going on around town. We have many reports of downed trees, and early this morning we saw some incredible wind gusts. 71 miles per hour was the official wind gust reported at Spokane International Airport at 6:15 this morning, making this just as strong as the 2015 windstorm. Now, when it comes to the setup of this storm, almost identical to that storm from 2015 with the way it all unfolded. But not just there, 64 miles per hour here in Spokane. Post Falls, a gust of 70 miles per hour. You head up in elevation, it was even stronger. Parts of the west side, for instance, 11 miles southwest of Wenatchee, so just over the Cascades toward us. 117 miles per hour. This is incredible wind as this front worked its way through. But as you saw in Dana Marie's shot, we are already starting to see signs of a shifting weather pattern. Take a close look. It's a few clouds mainly hanging out in those higher elevations. I know it's shaking. It's shaking pretty bad out there because we still have some pretty powerful sustained winds, but it's mostly sunny skies and temperatures falling into the 30s. Those are good signs for me as a meteorologist. I take a look at quite a few different things. One of the things is wind direction. We're starting to see that shift toward west-southwest now officially. We're starting to see the clear sky work its way out, and we're starting to see our atmospheric pressure rise. That means we're starting to see that wind pattern die down. Now, it doesn't mean we're done by any means. Don't let your guard down yet. Wind gusts could still approach 60 miles per hour, and when that happens, you can still get widespread tree damage. And when you've already weakened trees early on this morning, it doesn't take much more to snap additional branches or topple trees that are already leaning significantly. That is likely going to cause some more power outages as we scoot through the morning, and we've already seen quite a few so far today. Our high wind warning is in place because we are not done with it yet. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour are still possible. In this tan shaded region, that's wind gusts up to about 55 miles per hour as we scoot through the day. These do not expire until 4 p.m. We will see wind ease, but it still potentially could be some of those stronger wind gusts. We've seen a wind gust of 64 here in Spokane, so that's not at the airport, but the National Weather Service office. 61 in Coeur d'Alene, and as we scoot through the day, the wind will continue to slowly die down. By this afternoon, we'll see improving conditions and light wind across the region. But in the meantime, something to keep an eye on is definitely going to be those winds. Wind doesn't die down until later on today, but we will be here with you with the latest on this developing storm. We'll be back after this.
Love Local, proudly sponsored by STCU.
The Inland Northwest is such a great place to live and to work, and there are so many nonprofits that make it special. CRED2 and STCU want to know your charity of choice. You can support the good work being done here in our community. So we're asking, who do you love? Nominate your favorite nonprofit on CRED.com.
78910. Thank you.
2021 is here, and there are a lot of things we are looking forward to someday.
Like traveling. For now, we can travel from the bedroom to the living room.
Going to movie theaters.
At least we have these comfortable sectionals to watch movies from.
Date night in a crowded restaurant.
We can always pretend with these great dining sets. Cheers!
Furniture so nice you'll feel like you're somewhere else.
Kerner Furniture's January clearance sale. Going on now. Nice store, low prices.
If your dry eye symptoms keep coming back, inflammation in your eye might be to blame.
Looks like a great day for achy, burning eyes.
Over-the-counter eye drops typically work by lubricating your eyes and may provide temporary relief.
Ha! These drops probably won't touch me.
Xiidra works differently, targeting inflammation that can cause dry eye disease.
What is that? Xiidra? No!
It can provide lasting relief.
Oh.
Xiidra is the only FDA-approved treatment specifically for the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. 1 drop in each eye, twice a day. Don't use if you're allergic to Xiidra. Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort, or blurred vision when applied to the eye, and unusual taste sensation. Don't touch container tip to your eye or any surface. After using Xiidra, wait 15 minutes before reinserting contacts.
Got any room in your eye?
Talk to an eye doctor about twice daily Xiidra.
I'd prefer you didn't.
Xiidra. Not today, dry eye.
No matter how you stay fit, keep it light with Light & Fit's rainbow of delightful protein-packed flavors.
$8:20 now. Welcome back. We are tracking breaking news. This morning's windstorm is now taking a deadly turn. Spokane Fire confirms a woman died after a tree fell on her car. Tim Pham joins us now with more on that recovery operation underway. Hi, Tim.
Yeah, right now, Jen, I'm told that firefighters are working to remove the person from the vehicle. Just a very unfortunate situation. That happened on 27th and Post on the South Hill. And we'll update you when we learn more about that. Meanwhile, just 1 block away on 28th and Lincoln, you can see the city of Spokane working to remove a large tree that is blocking Lincoln right now. Right now, the city is saying that they are prioritizing tree removal to the arterials like Lincoln, but if there are trees down in residential areas, that will be their secondary response. So right now you can see there is a lot of chainsaws and a lot of removal happening right now all over the city. Again, the city of Spokane and the Spokane Police Department asking you to stay home if you don't have to be out and about. For now, reporting live In Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
All right, Tim, thank you so much. Some unfortunate news there, so we appreciate that update. Of course, our coverage continues this morning here on Up with Krem. We'll have plenty more coverage coming up on the CW22, but always we'll have updates on krem.com and the Krem 2 mobile app. We'll be right back.
Start your day. Get up with Krem on the CW22, weekdays 7 to 9 a.m.
We're covering what's happening here at home.
Plus, I have your detailed Storm Tracker 2 weather forecast.
And keep it tuned to CW22 for the People's Court, the Drew Barrymore Show, Judge Jerry, and all of the great primetime CW shows.
Then finish your day with me on Krem News at 10. Get your latest news and weather forecast an hour early.
Watch it.
Only on Spokane's CW22.
Or a wheat bread, gathering, baking, and delivering the goodness of nature from one generation to the next, and from seed to slice.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years, and we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
Are you ready to join the doers? Those who do more with less asthma, thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection, and don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Do more with less asthma. Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
We're tracking breaking news this morning as the windstorm continues to sweep its way through the inland northwest. Now, the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office is reporting that they are being overrun by 911 calls this morning due to the windstorm. We're asking that they are asking that you only call for emergencies and to not call 911 to report fallen trees or any other non-emergency weather events. You can call the number at the bottom of your screen right now to report other non-emergency calls. That number is 208-446-1300. Lieutenant Ryan Higgins says the dispatch center has already taken in over 400 calls this morning related to the storm, most of which he says were traffic hazards, trees down, or other power issues. Jen?
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of power outages spread throughout the region this morning, constantly updating the outage maps this morning. Taking a look at Avista, this is the largest outage so far. It's reporting more than 69,000 customers are now without power. Crews, though, are working to restore hundreds of outages. You can see those on your screen spread throughout eastern Washington and Idaho. Though right now there's no estimate for when power will be restored.
Customers can report Avista outages at the link on your screen, and users can also report any other outages to the Avista mobile app.
And it's worth noting here, too, Avista is reminding the public this morning, if you see a down power line, do not touch it and do not approach it. They say you need to assume that it is still live. This also means let the experts remove those down tree limbs in your driveways. All right, Inland Power and Light is now reporting 16,000 outages. For its customers. You can see those also spread throughout the region. You can report any outages or down power lines rather, to the number you see there on your screen. Meanwhile, Kootenai Electric has about 3,000 outages this morning, far less than our other major power companies, but they do stretch from Coeur d'Alene up to Bayview. And this morning we do have several school closures to report. Closed today: Eastern Washington University, as well as Spokane Public Schools, Cheney, St. Thomas More, Windsong School, All Saints Catholic School, St. George's School, and the West Valley School District. On a 2-hour delay this morning, we have Colton, the Coeur d'Alene Tribal School running late, and Whitworth will begin at noon. Online, Davenport and North Idaho College, again, shifting to online school only. You can see those scrolling at the bottom of your screen. That's a growing list today. All right, 8:27 now. Jeremy, what are we looking at?
Jen, I think we are through the worst of it, but it's still not the point where you can let your guard down. We've seen some incredible wind gusts early on this morning, 64 miles per hour here in Spokane, 61 in Coeur d'Alene. And as we scoot through the day, the wind will continue to ease as the sun comes back out across the region. Don't forget to text us your pictures, 509-448-2000.
Lights flickering? Outlet not working? Infinite Electric will have you up and running in no time. Call now and receive $49 off your next electrical service or repair. For all your electrical needs, Infinite Electric, your forever electricians.
At the Coeur d'Alene Boat Expo, you'll find better boats, better prices, and bigger discounts. Attend the Coeur d'Alene Boat Expo, January 27th through the 31st, where you'll find the region's largest inventory of new and used boats. Under 64,000 feet of indoor display area. The Coeur d'Alene Boat Expo features names like
Sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, hello.
Or Access, and a huge display of used boats.
Bi-Mart's latest savings book, mailed straight to you. There are 16 pages full of great value to help.
I'm just trying to charge as much as I can, but yeah, call me and I'll answer.
Great savings on food and snacks.
It sounds like we're staying on air almost until noon.
And don't forget to sign up for
So I'm just
for your chance to win a $1,000 Bi-Mart gift card.
I'll be right there.
Bi-Mart, employee owned, real value every day.
Hi. Yes, it unplugged the TVU cord, I realized, so now it should be fine. Yeah,
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I did. Okay, I'm on vibration.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
8:30 now on our Wednesday morning. Boy, if you're just waking up, it is a windy day outside. Of course, taking a look outside at our Spokane downtown camera here, you can see wind topped 70 miles per hour this morning here in the Spokane area.
Along with those winds, thousands of people are waking up this morning without power as these strong winds are threatening to knock down tree limbs and knock out more power. We do want to thank you for joining us here on Up with Krim this morning. I'm Joshua Robinson.
And I'm Jen York. Of course, we want to get right to our meteorologist. Jeremy Legou has been tracking this storm all morning long. Though, Jeremy, you say there may be an end in sight. It looks like we're on the downhill trend here, but it's still pretty dangerous.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where I think we're through the worst of it. Earlier, this camera was shaking horrendously. It's still shaking, not quite as bad. And notice the clouds off in the distance, not quite as widespread. That's a sign that we're seeing the shift in our weather pattern right now. Temperatures down in the 30s, barometric pressure is rising, wind shifting to more westerly. All good signs when it comes to that wind subsiding. However, that does not mean we are done with it. I cannot emphasize that enough. As we start to see the wind ease, you might even start to feel a little more comfortable outside. Don't let your guard down. Our high wind warning is in place until 4 p.m. for some of these powerful wind gusts. We could still very well see a gust up near 60 miles per hour, if not over that. And when you have a gust that strong, that can easily break a tree branch, knock over part of a tree, topple trees, cause power outages, and trees falling are incredibly dangerous. And when we have strong wind early in the morning, then a little bit of an easing, then strong wind later in the day, some of those branches or trees that were weakened in the morning will then fall or topple or break as we get into the afternoon. So cannot emphasize that enough. Just because it feels better doesn't mean it is better. The good news is we have recorded some of our highest wind speeds of the day. 64 miles per hour here in Spokane. At Spokane International Airport, a wind gust of 71 miles per hour was recorded. That makes this as strong as our historic windstorm back in 2015. That is the second strongest wind gust ever recorded at Spokane International, and also the strongest non-thunderstorm wind gust ever recorded there. When it comes to the wind, it does ease throughout the day. Those bright purples are when we get that strong wind, but notice they still kind of stick around and kind of move around as we go through the day. We could very well continue to see those strong wind gusts as we go through the day. The big difference here is that they're just not quite as widespread as we head into the latter half of the day. Our front itself is working its way on out, and that is one of many signs that point to improving weather. Once again, that does not mean we are done with it yet. It's just a sign that things are starting to change. Temperatures will continue to fall as we scoot through the day, but take a look. The wind continues into this afternoon despite the sun dominating the sky. Jen?
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. 8:33 now. Of course, we do have a number of our live crews out surveying the damage this morning. We want to check in with Dana Marie McNichol. She is live on Spokane's South Hill with plenty of damage behind you. Where are you and what are you seeing?
Yeah, good morning, Jen. I'm on 29th and Hatch, and you can see this swaying behind me. I've seen 2 fire trucks go by in the last 30 seconds, but I'm going to step out of the way so you can really see this downed tree. Now, it actually fell in the middle of 29th, and I'm going to turn this camera around, and police had just now moved it, moving my camera so you guys can see exactly where it came from. That planter in the middle of 29th, there is still some debris over there, so if you're passing, make sure you take note of that. I'm going to pan over to the U.S. Bank. A lot of the roofing material has now come off of that bank and is now sitting in the parking lot. And then lastly, I do want to show you some down power lines, what's going on in this area. I'm going to take it off my tripod here for you guys. Right behind this house with the tree, you can see over there a down power line. We'll get that focus for you. But again, it is absolutely windy still here on the South Hill. A lot going on. I just panned a little bit further, another tree blocking the area, and you can even see a little bit of those fire truck lights behind that tree looking to clear this area. But again, if you are out here driving, it is a little bit dicey here, especially when there is some debris in the roads here. Please stay safe out there. Again, reporting on 29th and Hatch here on the South Hill. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
We are also tracking breaking news this morning as this morning's windstorm has now taken a deadly turn. Spokane Fire is confirming one person has died after a tree fell on her car. Our Tim Pham joins us now this morning with the latest on the recovery operation that is underway. Tim, let us know the latest information you have for us.
Well, Joshua, I can tell you that right now police are asking us not to really show the scene because family members of the victim have not been identified. But yes, they do confirm that this windstorm is now deadly. A woman was crushed inside her vehicle as a tree came down on top of her car. And so right now we're told that they're working on removing her from that car. We're actually 1 block away, not far away on Lincoln Street. You can see this tree is now chopped up, but it is still covering both directions of Lincoln right now. Right now, city crews are working to remove the tree and trees all over the city. They tell us that arterials are their main priority. But I want to show you there down also here in Lincoln and across the street as well. And again, officials say not to ever approach wires. You treat them as if they're all active and never try and remove it. Leave it to the professionals because it is just too dangerous and you never know if it's active or not. But again, as we're seeing, as the sun comes up, we're starting to get a better idea of the damage, and we'll continue to check it out and let you know what's going on here in Spokane and the region. For now, reporting live in Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
All right, Tim, thank you so much for that update on that situation. Of course, if you're just joining us, to this morning's windstorm is now deadly. Spokane Fire confirming at least one person has died after a tree fell on a car. So, of course, that's a situation we'll continue to track here. In the meantime, a lot of people, thousands of homes are waking up without power this morning. Here at the latest check at 8:37, Avista is reporting more than 62,000 customers are without power. So crews are working to restore hundreds of outages. That's both in eastern Washington and in Idaho. Right now, there's no estimate for when power will be restored.
Customers can report Avista outages at the link on your screen, and users can also report outages on the Avista mobile app this morning.
Now, Avista also tweeted, and we heard Tim remind you there too, if you see a downed power line, do not approach it. Avista crews say, as far as it goes right now, you have to assume that that line is still live. This also means just let experts remove those downed tree limbs from driveways. If you have any concerns or questions, of course, you can reach out to Avista to report those outages and downed trees. All right, Inland Power and Light is reporting more than 16,000 outages right now. Also, if you are experiencing an outage there, you can call the phone number you see there on your screen. But as you can see, they're scattered across the Spokane area and even into North Idaho this morning. Meanwhile, Kootenai Electric is reporting about 3,000 outages. Those stretch from the Coeur d'Alene area up to Bayview. And Joshua, we were talking a little bit earlier, following the 2015 windstorm, Kootenai Electric put a lot of their lines underground. And this morning they're seeing far less outages than our other major power companies. So I reached out to them to see if those underground lines played into this morning's situation. So waiting to hear back on that. But of course, those numbers are quickly changing this morning and growing as we get closer or further along in our morning. So of course, we'll continue to update that information here on Up with Krem.
Yeah, and along with your latest local forecast, we'll continue to update you throughout the show on those outages and our current conditions, all coming up as Up with Krim continues through the morning. We also have several school closures to let you know about today. Schools that are closed include Eastern Washington University and Spokane Public Schools, along with Cheney, St. Thomas More, Winsong School, All Saints Catholic schools, St. John Vianney Catholic School, as well as St. George's School and West Valley School District as well. There are also a number of school districts on delay, a 2-hour delay. That includes Colton. Coeur d'Alene Tribal School is also running late along with that 2-hour delay, and Whitworth University is set to begin at noon. As for some schools that are shifting online this morning, Davenport and North Idaho College. Of course, you can keep our eyes on the bottom of your screen as we have those closures coming through all morning long, and our coverage does continue as well on krem.com. Not just coverage, but of course with our live stream set to continue as well throughout the day.
Well, coming up, we're going to take another look outside, let you know how much longer this wind sticks around. We are through the worst of it, but I'm going to let you know why you should not let your guard down yet.
And also, what are you seeing this morning? We've had a number of pictures sent in this morning from you at home, so we appreciate you being our eyes and ears out there. We have to stress, we only want pictures if you can send them safely. Do not put yourself in harm's way to get us an image, but if you have them, you can text us. The phone number there, 509-448-2000, gives you a good idea of the damage spread throughout the region. Of course, we'll have continuing coverage coming up this morning here on Up with Krem. Stay with us.
Don't just do it yourself. Do it for yourself.
Locally owned, locally loved. Medicine Man Pharmacy.
Medicine Man Pharmacy has been serving people in North Idaho since 1978 with prescriptions and healthcare products.
We have competitive prices and a wide variety of services. We accept most insurances, and we can also help you transfer your prescriptions here.
At Medicine Man, we care about you
and your health.
At Chewy, we know the only thing that changes when bringing home a new pet is everything. And we're here with everything to help you on that journey. Whether it's finding the perfect bed for a new friend or giving them something personal to welcome them to the family. We can even help you find the perfect treat or food that makes you both smile. Chewy's got toys, treats, prescriptions, all the things you need to celebrate your new friend, delivered right to your door. Save on all your pet essentials. Visit chewy.com today.
Leaky pipes? Clogged drain? No hot water? At Raptor Rooter and Plumbing, we know there's more essential business happening in your home now than ever before. We've implemented a no-contact process because we understand the safety of your family and sanitation of your home is critical. Call Raptor Rooter and Plumbing today at 509-230-2369 and receive $30 off any drain cleaning service. Raptor Rooter and Plumbing. We make your leaks become extinct.
At Washington Trust Bank, can't is a four-letter word.
I think I'll sell my veggies at the market.
Do you even remember to water the house plants? I do this?
You can do this.
Hey, we need to build a home office.
We're adding another bathroom.
I think I'll study programming.
Bro, you even connect your phone to Bluetooth.
We believe you can do whatever you set your mind to, and we'll help you get there. Washington Trust Bank, privately owned, locally invested.
You're watching Up with Krem.
Welcome back to Up with Krem. It's 8:43 now. Well, this morning we were waking up to a pretty strong windstorm across the region, and we do want to take a look at how this compares to one of our last major windstorms back in 2015. So take a look at your screen on the left. That is this morning. We are seeing conditions start to slowly improve. Earlier, that image on the left was rattling with the wind. Now on the right is 2015. That storm hit gusts up to 75 miles per hour in the region, which is the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane. However, gusts specifically in Spokane at the Spokane International Airport hit 71 that day. And today, wind gusts also hit 71 miles per hour at that same location, so tying for the same wind gust strength for our local area. Now, at the time, the 2015 windstorm set the record for the strongest non-thunderstorm winds in the region. But of course, Jeremy, now we know that that is something we tied with now today.
Yeah, and you know, Jen, when you have a storm like this 5 years after a storm like that, a lot of things do actually change because of it. Now, recently we've seen trees soaking up a lot of the water we've been seeing. Some of those trees toppled because the ground was wet. Some of them were able to withstand some more of that wind because they were able to move a little bit more. And then a lot of the trees that were susceptible to damage back in 2015 fell then. So today we're not looking at as many, but still incredibly widespread with some of those downed trees and down power lines as well. So a lot goes into this. As Jen mentioned, 71 miles per hour at Spokane International Airport ties the record for the strongest non-thunderstorm wind gust we have ever seen in Spokane. If you would like to put that in perspective, the strongest thunderstorm-related wind gust was 77 miles per hour back in 2005. So a lot of information here, but notice widespread winds up over 60 miles per hour. When you get up over 60 miles per hour, that's strong enough to break trees and cause those power outages. We saw that very widespread, especially up in higher elevations. This storm was all about elevation. You take a look downtown and you go, all of the trees are standing. They're moving quite a bit, but all of them are still standing. It's a much different story as you make your way up to South Hill. It was very elevation dependent. And for a minute there, it looked like we might have dodged the worst of it, but unfortunately, it looked like those winds did make it down to about 2,000 feet, which is where we did see some of those wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour. Winds still staying rather strong, but we're starting to see a little bit of a shift in our weather pattern, a little more sunshine. Wind shifting to more westerly, and what that's going to do is actually bring about some improving weather conditions. However, that does not mean you can let your guard down yet. Wind up to 60 miles per hour is still possible. That's still enough to down trees and knock out power. And when we've already recorded some of those stronger wind gusts earlier today, that doesn't take as much to knock over some of those trees or break some of those tree branches. So our wind warning is still in place. It's a high wind warning in this orange shaded area. Notice back off to the west, the wind advisory has been allowed to expire. The reason is those winds are starting to die down. As the winds die down and it looks like they will no longer gust strong, they will trim off this morning at the National Weather Service. So as long as it's still there, I'm still going to be talking to you about it and telling you to just exercise extra precaution. 64 miles per hour officially for the National Weather Service office. Remember, 71 at the airport, 64 at the Weather Service office, 61 in Coeur d'Alene. And as we scoot through the day, notice this purple. That's the strong wind. It gets a little bit better here in the next hour. As we get into the afternoon, there's still some purple on this map, but it's not as widespread. So the strong wind is still possible, just not as frequent or widespread. Still monitoring some flooding concerns, but our storm is working its way out. Jen, I'll keep monitoring this. Back to you.
Hey, you know what? We'll take the good news where we can get it this morning, Jeremy. It sounds like things are starting to calm down this morning, but of course there is a lot to get to. We're still seeing a lot of damage starting to crop up as people wake up and take a look outside. So we will have special coverage this morning. Stay tuned to KREM 2. Our storm coverage will continue this morning starting at 9 a.m. on KREM 2. Stay with us.
Smoother mornings, sweeter afternoons, cozier evenings. A little McCafe therapy goes a long way. Morning, noon, or night. A small latte, mocha, or macchiato, hot or iced, is just $2 at McDonald's. McCafe, good as brewing.
Magical moments. Snowy adventures. Warming up. Making memories. A winter wonderland. The perfect close-by getaway this winter is Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Find countless ways to play and plan your escape at cdawinter.com.
Hey Kylie, check out this great-looking Subaru Forester.
Yeah, this is nice.
It's stylish on the outside with a roomy interior and plenty of storage space. Plus, because of the higher ground clearance, it's much easier to slide in and out of. Visit parkersubaru.com or drop by the dealership to learn more about the numerous standard driver assist and safety features. See the Subaru Forester and receive your no-problem customer experience at Parker Subaru in beautiful Coeur d'Alene.
It's a new day. Another day, another chance to move ahead. Across the nation, America is moving forward.
Yeah, good morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Focus on getting back on our feet. The Good Feet Store will be there to help provide you with the pain relief, comfort, balance, and support you've come to expect from us. Just as we have for a quarter century, helping to improve the quality of people's lives, 2 feet at a time. With safety measures in place, we're ready to serve you at the Good Feet Store.
Love Local. It's about showcasing our local businesses, schools, and nonprofits.
We all know nothing's easy about COVID-19, and the economic recovery will be long.
But our community is strong, and we can help our favorite places right now.
Knowing what businesses are open and how you can safely support them is a start.
Go to krem.com and visit the Love Local business directory. Live,
learn,
love local.
STCU proudly sponsors Love Local.
Guys, breakfast! I'm leaving for McDonald's in 5 seconds. Why didn't you start with that?
There's a meal for everyone's morning with buy one, get one for $1. Only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
We continue following breaking news this morning as the windstorm that has whipped its way through the inland northwest continues. We're joined now live by Dana Marie McNichol. Dana Marie, you've been out there for a little while this morning. How's it feeling right now, and how have you felt it change throughout the day?
You know, the winds have subsided just a little bit here on the South Hill. I'm live on 29th and Hatch, where you can see a tree is down behind me, but where it started wasn't there. Actually, I'm going to get out of the way so I can show you exactly where that tree came from. Actually, the divider across the street, police had just pulled that tree off of the middle of the street when I got here. Some debris is still in the middle of the road. We move over to the U.S. Bank. You can see a lot of the roofing material out on the street now, but of course there's damage all over these areas. We'll move a little bit further this way. Another down tree in the background with some down power lines. So we're going to be updating you on these conditions in the South Hill. But for right now, I'm Dana Marie McNichol reporting live. I'll send it back to you.
We're going to continue to bring you live latest coverage this morning. Stay tuned to KREM 2 this morning as our storm coverage continues starting at 9 o'clock this morning. Special coverage continuing now. And of course, you can always check out KREM.com for our live streams and the latest up-to-date news for you. We'll be right back with more Up with KREM.
What's really going on in that Zoom? And from young Sheldon, Reagan Reverd, all new Drew.
Today at 11 on CW22.
Oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. The day has just begun. Brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be the stars. Falling from the sky. Shining how we want. Brighter than the sun.
Or a wheat bread. Gathering, baking, and delivering the goodness of nature from one generation to the next. And from seed to slice.
Leaky pipes? Clogged drain? No hot water? At Raptor Rooter and Plumbing, we know there's more essential business happening in your home now than ever before. We've implemented a no-contact process because we understand the safety of your family and sanitation of your home is critical. Call Raptor Rooter and Plumbing today at 509-230-2369 and receive $30 off any drain cleaning service. Raptor Rooter and Plumbing. We make your leaks become extinct.
Advanced non-small cell lung cancer can take away so much. But today, there's a combination of 2 immunotherapies you can take first. One that could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread and that tests positive for PD-L1 and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. It's the first and only approved chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works together in different ways to harness the power of the immune system. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more days, more nights, more beautiful weekends, more ugly sweaters, more big hugs, more small outings. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to attack normal organs and tissues in your body and affect how they work. This may happen during or after treatment is ended and can become serious and lead to death. Some of these problems may happen more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. See your doctor right away if you have a new or worse cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, extreme tiredness, weight changes, constipation, excessive thirst, changes in urine or eyesight, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing, fever, or tingling in hands and feet. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant or lung, breathing, or liver problems. Here's to a chance for more together time, a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all involved in our clinical trials.
8:55 now. Welcome back to Up with KREM. Well, Avista this morning is reporting more than 67,000 customers are waking up without power. This follows the windstorm this morning. Crews are now working to restore hundreds of outages. You can see those on your screen. They're in eastern Washington and in North Idaho, even stretched down into the Palouse. Now, right now, there is no estimate when that power will be restored.
Now, customers can report Avista outages to the link that's on your screen right now. Users can also report outages on their Avista mobile app.
And Avista also wants to warn the public that if you see a downed power line this morning, do not approach it. They say you need to assume that it is live. They do have crews out working to turn off any of those, the power to any of those down lines, but they say call the experts, let them remove any tree limbs as well that might be down in your property. Well, Inland Power and Light is now reporting more than 16,000 outages. That report just coming in here in the past couple minutes. So if you have an outage to report, you can also call the phone number that is there at the bottom of your screen. Meanwhile, Kootenai Electric is reporting about 3,000 outages. Those stretch from the Coeur d'Alene area up to Bayview. And this morning's wind is to blame for several school closures across the region. So closed today, we have the Spokane Public School District, Cheney, St. Thomas More, Windsong, All Saints Catholic School, the West Valley School District, and Eastern Washington University. On a 2-hour delay this morning, we have Colton and the Coeur d'Alene Tribal School running late. Online-only schools will be Davenport, and North Idaho College. Something new this year with everything moving online in the pandemic, Jeremy. Now we need to pass along when schools just moved online. But for power outages, there's a lot of people who just simply can't get online today.
Yeah, I mean, we have widespread power outages following some incredible wind gusts early on this morning. Wind gusts up near 64 miles per hour here in town. 71 miles per hour was the official at Spokane International Airport. Expect the wind to ease starting this afternoon, Jen.
All right, Jeremy, thank you. And of course, we're going to have continuing coverage. Switch it over to KREM 2 this morning.
Thanks for watching Up with KREM.
KREM 2 News is sponsored by Bath Fitter.
Everyone remembers the moment they heard, "You have cancer." How
The comedy starts at 8/7 Central, Thursdays on CBS.
Arby's, 2 for $6 every day. Ooh, it doesn't get more Arby's than this. 2 of those things for just $6. Arby's, we have the meats.
At American Family Insurance, we've always protected more than what you drive. We've protected and supported the dreams that drive you. Right now, that means extending our 10% savings on auto premium for all current and new auto customers through March.
Hi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Get a little closer to your dream. Whether your dream is discovering new roads and new limits, or supporting that dream.
I do. I've got 2 hard hats. You need one?
Insurance. Insure carefully.
They said we have 2 channels of audio.
When managing diabetes,
Cool.
you can't always stop for a finger stick. With the Freestyle Libre 14-day system, a continuous glucose monitor, you don't have to. With a painless you can check your glucose with a smartphone, so you can stay in the moment. You can do it without finger sticks. Ask your doctor for a prescription today. And if you don't you can try the Freestyle Libre 14-day system for free. Learn more at myfreestyle.com.
Hi, I walked away to get a hard hat, so it's probably a little meh, but I'm here.
For $6 every day. Turkey, Swiss, vegetables. 2 of those things for just $6. Arby's, we have the meats.
Up with KREM is the only 4-hour newscast in the Inland Northwest, so you can tune in when it works for you.
You're going to know what weather is going to impact your day and how you can plan around it.
Every morning we celebrate what makes this the Inland North best.
When you watch Up with KREM, you are in the driver's seat. So join in the conversation. Just text us.
Monday through Friday, we're spending our mornings with you. We'll see you on KREM and the CW22.
Watch the Dr. Phil Show tonight at 7 on CW22. Watch Daily Blast Live tonight at 7 on KREM 2.
9 a.m. now on our Wednesday morning. Welcome to special continuing coverage of this morning's windstorm here on Up with KREM. We're taking a live look outside right now over downtown Spokane, and it looks like the wind is appearing to die down just slightly, but boy, the damage is already done.
Yeah, if you haven't felt it though throughout the morning, you've probably heard it or seen it though, as thousands of people have woken up without power this morning. And right now, the strong winds are, as Jen mentioned, starting to seem to calm down. But of course, plenty of damage has been done across the Inland Northwest. We want to thank you for joining our special coverage this morning of Up with KREM. I'm Joshua Robinson.
And I'm Jen York. Also, meteorologist Jeremy Legoo tracking this storm in the Weather Center this morning. It's been awfully busy, but where are we looking at and what are we looking at here at our 9 a.m. hour?
You know, now that we come up on 9 a.m., we are starting to see some signs that things are getting better. They are getting better out there, and that is a bit of good news, especially following some of the incredible wind we've seen early on this morning. Winds died down by about 10 miles per hour in the past hour. Doesn't mean we're done yet, and it doesn't mean those strong wind gusts have come to an end. We're at 38 degrees right now, so it's holding pretty steady from where we were, say, just an hour ago. We're starting to trim back the wind advisory. Moses Lake Now out of that wind advisory. We are still under a high wind warning here in Spokane. Same for Ritzville, down to Colfax, Pullman, Moscow, over into Coeur d'Alene. So be cognizant of your surroundings. We could still see some of those strong wind gusts as we scoot through the day. And boy, have we seen some this morning. 64 miles per hour here in Spokane at Spokane International Airport. 71 miles per hour ties 2015 for the strongest non-thunderstorm wind gust recorded. 61 miles per hour in Coeur d'Alene, 46 up in Sandpoint, and 32 up in Bonners Ferry. The bright pink are those strong wind gusts. And as we scoot through the day, notice they become less widespread. However, there are still some spots as we head into the afternoon where those strong wind gusts will be prevalent, so be ready for them. That comes as our cold front works its way out of the region. And when it comes to this storm, the storm itself was incredibly similar to what we did see back in 2015, the classic setup that brings us some strong wind like what we're seeing today. Another thing we're watching are those temperatures, because as we scoot through the morning, temperatures should continue to drop as the wind kind of settles down and our new air mass settles into place. But notice the wind, it continues as we head into the afternoon, and that's one of many things I will be monitoring here in the Weather Center, Jen.
Jeremy, thank you so much. You've been warning us about this all week long, so we appreciate you keeping us all safe here at 9:03 though, but we do have some breaking news to report. This windstorm has been taking a deadly turn. Spokane Fire confirms at least one person died after a tree fell on their car. Tim Pham is joining us now with more on the recovery operation now underway. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning to you, Jen. Yes, a very unfortunate situation this morning. We're at 28th and Post right now. 1 block away from where we are right now is 27th and Post, where that tree fell on the woman's vehicle. Right now, that tree is still on top of the vehicle, and we are trying to be careful about what we're showing you this morning because we still don't know if family members have been notified. Police asked us to stay as far back as possible just out of respect to the family. At last check, they tell us that they were working to remove her from the vehicle. But yes, frightening moments here. A large tree still down here. And then all over the South Hill. It was almost hard to get to this spot just because there are trees down in pretty much every direction, including on Lincoln this morning. Right now, police are saying just to stay home if you don't have to be out on the roads, not only because of the debris, but it is still very windy out. And again, the ground is still very saturated this morning, and that could cause problems as it is still very windy. So as soon as we learn more information, we're going to be bringing you new updates. But for now, reporting live on the South Hill, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
We'll be checking in with Tim throughout the morning as our special coverage continues. We also want to check in with Nicole Hernandez, who's joining us now live from Riverfront Park with our first view there. Nicole, what's it looking like once you arrived?
Yeah, Joshua, so right now we're seeing some major wind gusts, and one of these wind gusts actually took down the Riverfront Park butterfly that is so iconic to this area. I just want to give you a look. You can see the remnants of what's left of this butterfly, the shape of it. You can see the wings here where these crew workers are, and it just snapped off from its original base here. So right now, crews say that they're working to tie this down. It obviously has those tarps that are potentially a wind carrying. You know, it can catch that wind and fly further. So they're working to secure it down right now. We have the Riverfront Park director on his way right now to give us more information about what's next for this butterfly. Obviously, it's got those tarps, so it just caught the wind just right, and you know, it's made to move around. You can see it moving in some lighter winds on a normal day, but these strong winds obviously were just a bit too much for it, coming crashing down a decent ways away from where its original pole is here. I would say, you know, several dozen yards here away from the original pole that it is normally on. Luckily, it looks like it did miss most of the playground area, this brand new playground area that's under construction. It looks like it didn't do too much damage there, but it's just another reminder of exactly how strong these winds are this morning. Of course, taking down so many trees, taking down this butterfly now, and why we have to be so careful and so observant out and about today, because these gusts are coming with really no warning and knocking things down that can be incredibly dangerous if they do land on someone. So make sure that you're being extra careful while out and about. and even when you're driving around, because those gusts are pushing around cars on the freeway as well. So we'll make sure to bring you an update about the butterfly as soon as we get it, but I'll send things back to you guys for now.
We'll be checking in with Nicole throughout the morning here as well. Kootenai County Sheriff's Office is now reporting that they are being overrun by 911 calls this morning due to the windstorm, and they're asking that you only call for emergencies. Now, if you need to report any kind of traffic hazard or other weather-related event that is not an emergency, they have activated a citizen assist line to help reduce the calls into the dispatch center. That number is at the bottom of your screen right now. Call 208-446-2292. Lieutenant Ryan Hagan says the dispatch center has had over 400 calls in the early part of the morning, all related to the storm, most of which were traffic hazards, trees down, and power issues. Again, do not call 911 to report fallen trees or other non-emergency weather events.
Of course, a lot of people waking up watching us live this morning on our creme.com stream. Of course, we welcome you to the program. Well, of course, a lot of people, though, waking up and doing that because they're without power. Avista right now reporting more than 68,000 customers are without power. So this is over hundreds of outages. Those are spread throughout eastern Washington and Idaho. Right now, though, there is no estimate when power will be restored.
Now, customers can report Avista outages at the link on your screen right now. Users can also report outages via their Avista mobile app.
Avista tweeted this reminder to the public. They want folks to know that if you do see a down power line, you need to assume that it is still live. They say just leave it alone, call the experts, and let them handle any debris or tree limbs that may be on it. Moving to Inland Power and Light, it's reporting more than 16,000 outages as well. To report an outage there, you can call the number at the bottom of your screen. You can also report down power lines to that same number. Meanwhile, Kootenai Electric is reporting about 3,000 outages. Those stretch from Coeur d'Alene to Bayview. And new here in our 9 o'clock hour, we have an update from Vera Water and Power. They said at last check, which was around 7:30, it was reporting about 2,500 customers were waking up without power. Now, those numbers are changing quickly. We saw those steadily grow throughout our program over the past 4 hours or so. So we'll continue to track that information.
We will also continue to bring you the latest updates throughout this special coverage on KREM. The KREM 2's Up with KREM. Of course, we also have an update for you on KREM.com if you're watching us on there. We'll keep you updated on the KREM 2 mobile app as well.
Of course, the wind causing some issues for our school districts this morning. We want to run down the list of closures today. It includes Eastern Washington University, Spokane Public Schools, Cheney, St. Thomas More, Windsong, All Saints Catholic School, St. George's School, and the West Valley School District. Again, now those are closures. Now on a 2-hour delay, we have Colton and the Coeur d'Alene Tribal School. It's also running late. Moving to online schools this morning, we have Davenport and the North Idaho College. Again, that's also changing throughout the morning. The full list is right now on creme.com. It's also scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Well, we will have continuing coverage this morning right here on Up with KREM. As always, though, you can get the latest information on creme.com and the KREM 2 mobile app. Jeremy?
And when we take a look outside, it's quite an interesting start to the day. After the wind comes sunshine and a shift in our weather pattern. I'll walk you through what this means for you for the remainder of the day following our strong winds early on this morning.
And you are our best eyes. Let us know what you're waking up to this morning, what you're seeing in your neck of the neighborhood. Send us your pictures to 509-448-2000. As you can see, just some of the photos that have already been sent in this morning. Keep them coming. Let us know. We might just feature yours right here on upwithkrem.com. You can also use the Near Me feature on the KREM 2 mobile app.
I moved to Florida with literally pennies in my pocket and a prayer. I needed a new start. Dacian looks like a very typical 3-year-old until you ask him, what's your name? How old are you? My son has a lot of features that would show as being autistic. Most kids can tolerate a variety of foods, but unfortunately for Dacian, everything has to be organic and raw. I wasn't ashamed to go to the food pantries. It's expensive to eat healthy, and nutrition is very important to Dacian's health. The healthy organic food that we receive dramatically helped his social skills. Most people would say she really doesn't have much of a life, but to me I have everything right there next to me, my son.
You want a mic check? I guess we're coming up again.
Okay, no one told me. Okay.
Before the storm, Creme 2 warns you, so you're prepared.
10 o'clock tonight. This is all snow falling. Expected to continue through the evening commute into the overnight hours.
During the storm, Creme 2 has you covered.
That's where the heaviest snowfall is falling.
With the immediate information on air, online, on your phone, and on social. The mobile storm tracker is on the road, giving you a heads up on conditions.
Take it slow, take it easy. It is pretty slushy out there.
When winter storms hit, trust Creme 2 News.
Up with Creme is the only 4-hour newscast in the Inland Northwest, so you can tune in when it works for you.
You're going to know what weather is going
Hi,
to be
test 1 2 3,
and how you can plan around it.
Every morning we celebrate what
Thanks.
makes this the Inland Northwest.
Okay, thanks.
When you watch Up with Creme, you are in the driver's seat. So join in the conversation. Just text us.
Monday through Friday, we're spending our mornings with you. We'll see you on Creme and the CW22.
The only way to create a world without hunger and poverty is to support those who are hungry to create their own success. When you support Heifer International, you don't just give someone a chicken, a goat, or a cow. You give birth to someone's business. You promote women into positions of leadership, and you create opportunities where there were none before. You can end hunger and poverty worldwide by investing in a new breed of success.
(9:13) now. Welcome back to our special coverage this morning. Well, new at 9, there is high avalanche danger today across North Idaho. This is from the Idaho Panhandle Avalanche Center. Experts say the areas that are highlighted here on your screen are to be considered very dangerous. They're asking everyone to stay away from those regions. Well, welcome back here to Up with Creme. We're also tracking breaking news this morning. This morning's windstorm has taken a deadly turn. Spokane Fire confirms at least one person has died after a tree fell on their car. Tim Pham is joining us near that location this morning with the recovery operation now underway. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning, Jen. Yeah, as you said, we're near where it happened. Just out of respect to the situation, we're told that the woman is still inside the vehicle and they're working to get her out. But some new information here at 9 o'clock is that major crimes detectives are on scene to investigate the nature of this situation. Based off what we can observe, we can see that the car is in the middle of the road and presumably the woman was driving at the time the tree crashed onto her vehicle, but we're still working to learn exactly how it all unfolded. But either way, just a very unfortunate situation to know that someone has died from this windstorm here this morning. We're told that it happened sometime around the 6 o'clock hour, but just because of the way that it happened, it is very difficult for them to get to her. So again, we're going to stay on top of this developing situation. Police telling everyone just to stay home because we are not in the clear quite yet, and they just want people to be extra safe this morning. We'll update you with any new updates we get right here on Up with Creme and inside the Creme 2 app. Live in Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
We'll be checking in with Tim throughout the morning, and we also want to check in with Jeremy right now. Jeremy, we've been hearing not only from our own crews, but we're getting texts and pictures from people who are also stuck in their cars right now. Traffic being backed up across several places, and it seems like all the chaos this morning is still being, it's still happening as we speak right now.
Yeah, even though we've seen the worst of the wind, a lot of the aftermath is just now being realized. And let's say you're a skier or rider, don't go anywhere. Up in the mountains, we have an avalanche warning in place for much of North Idaho because of those avalanche conditions. Wind loading in an inverted snowpack, we talked about this yesterday, perfect conditions for creating avalanches. So just stay out of the backcountry today. It is a crazy day of weather. We've seen a wind gust up to 71 miles per hour at Spokane International Airport. If you're just joining us, that's tied for the strongest non-thunderstorm wind gust we've ever seen at Spokane International Airport. That ties 2015, in fact. So it was incredibly strong. In town, 64 miles per hour and some incredible wind gusts across the region. Sun is coming out and you can see trees still moving around downtown. And that is going to be the case. Just because we've seen the worst of it doesn't mean it's done just yet. We're still seeing those sustained winds pretty strong early on this morning, and with wind gusts still possible up near 60 miles per hour, we still have the potential for more downed trees, more broken branches, and more power outages across the region. Our wind warning or high wind warning is still in place for these areas shaded in orange. That includes Ritzville, Davenport, Spokane, Post Falls, Coeur d'Alene, all the way down into Pullman, Moscow, down to the south into Grangeville. So widespread with some of these warnings. As the wind is no longer a threat, this will expire likely from west to east across the region, and we're going to keep a close eye on it. Some incredible wind gusts already this morning, and as we head into the afternoon, this purple shade is that strong wind. Watch what happens. It becomes less widespread, but there is still some purple there on this map. So just because it becomes less widespread doesn't mean we're done with it just yet. That means you could still see one of those strong wind gusts, and with the ground already weakened, we could see additional damage. I want to show you how this storm unfolded because this is eerily similar to what we saw in 2015 to bring us that last windstorm. The storm rolls into Canada. As it does so, it tracks right along the southern Canadian border with a very potent cold front along with it. And as that cold front moves through the inland northwest, that's where we saw all of that wind early on this morning. Now, the good news is that cold front is moving out now. Our colder air mass, our more stable air mass, is working its way in. And as that happens, we're going to continue to watch that wind subside as we get into the afternoon. That's good news, but don't let your guard down just yet. We're windy. We're going to stay windy into the afternoon with some of those stronger wind gusts, and many trees and branches may be weakened by this morning's wind, so not until we really see it die down can you let your guard down. Tomorrow, it's all about the sunshine and cooler temperatures as we finally catch a break from some of this wind. 9:18 on this Wednesday morning. We'll be back with more Up with Krem after this break.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your closet. Still no jobs? Just more stuff? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover keytar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs.
During high school, I hung with the wrong crowd and I never graduated.
I helped Santiago in many different ways, like all fathers do, because he always wanted to go to college.
I felt a little embarrassed to come back to school, but eventually, once I came here, I knew that it's for a bigger goal.
He was very dedicated, hardworking. He connected with his teachers, he connected with other students. That was one of the key reasons why he was able to keep forging ahead.
It was amazing to see him graduate. This was one thing that meant so much to him, and of course, it meant so much to us too.
With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed. That support is everything.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
I'm Mark Hanrahan. In my Creme 2 Verify reports, I take your questions and investigate if they're true or false.
I was told using public bathrooms right now is very dangerous.
Is it safe to use a public restroom during the pandemic?
Yes, it is safe to use a public restroom.
Using a public bathroom right now is safe if you take the proper precautions. Do you have information you want me to verify? Just give me a call at this number and I'll help you find the truth.
Verify, only on Creme 2 News.
Here on 921 this morning, as our special coverage continues on Creme 2, the city of Spokane is now asking people to stay home if possible and avoid any unnecessary trips due to the windstorm. The city says dangerous conditions exist with many downed power lines and the possibility of falling trees. Mayor Nadine Woodward issued this statement. The storm hit with the greatest fury just as the morning commute was getting started. Responding to address safety concerns is the city's top priority today. Please use extreme caution. Of course, that is coming from Spokane Mayor Nadine Woodward. She also said we already are seeing significant damage on the South Hill and northwest Spokane neighborhoods. High winds are forecast to last throughout much of the day. We've added staffing to meet public safety needs and to begin clearing the damage.
And of course, there is a lot of debris around the region. To report those limbs and downed trees to the city of Spokane, remember, you can report it by calling 311. Now, crews will prioritize clearing those arterials first. It is 9:22 this morning. Speaking of damage, we're seeing some significant damage this morning at the heart of our city in Riverfront Park. That is where we find Nicole Hernandez this morning. Nicole, what are you seeing? Oh, it looks like we just lost her shot, so we'll get back to her as soon as we get that live look established. And that'll be coming up.
We also want to know, what are you waking up to this morning? As you can see some of the images on the screen right now. Send us the pictures of what it looks like in your neighborhood. You can text us to 509-448-2000 as we get a look at some of the photos you've already seen or sent our way. Let's check in with Nicole now.
Yeah, Joshua, so we have a lot of still large gusts coming here in Riverfront Park, and one of them earlier today took down the butterfly that is so iconic for our area here. I want to give you a look. You can see the metal framing of the butterfly completely on the ground here, several feet. Our photographer Nate here guessed maybe 40-50 feet away from where it originally was standing earlier this morning. So right now crews have successfully gotten the framing secured down to the ground. They said their biggest concern was it potentially catching another gust of wind and floating up and away because those tarps are connected to the framing here. But they successfully got that tied down to a few rocks here in this construction area of the park. You can see the tarps look ripped up, completely destroyed here, and there's definitely some damage to the framing here as well. So a sad sight to see, but also a reminder of just how strong these winds are today. We've been seeing trees down and now this butterfly down as well. Just goes to show how potentially dangerous these winds can be as well. You know, had this been in somebody's path, that could have been potentially fatal, or at least had some injuries. So luckily nobody was in its path, and now crew members are just working to get it back secured and to assess the damages here to see what is next for the butterfly. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll be talking to Riverfront Park Director John Moog about exactly what's next for this butterfly. Now, obviously a sad sight to see. It's a very iconic piece for Spokane here on the ground now. But you know, this thing was built to move. It was built for the wind. You see it moving on normal windy days. So again, just goes to show how strong these winds are. So like Joshua was saying earlier, make sure if you can avoid going outside to do that, especially getting here. We drove all the way from Coeur d'Alene here to Spokane, still feeling those gusts of winds on the freeway, still moving in and out of lanes a little bit as those gusts come. And now that the sustained winds are lower and we're feeling more just those gusts, it can be even scarier as they come quickly without any notice on the freeway as you're driving around. So be very careful, try to avoid the roads today, and you can see just how dangerous these winds can be. I'll send things back to you guys.
I'll be checking in with Nicole this morning. Jen?
All right, Nicole, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like our butterfly suffering some of the damage that the old pavilion had. Remember, it used to have the tarp on it, and then the wind got a hold of it, and that's why they had to take the tarp off from its original design. So hopefully that can be restored because it is a beautiful part to our riverfront park area. Of course, Jeremy, 43 degrees right now. It sounds like the meat of this storm has passed by, but we're not quite out of the woods just yet.
We are not. You can see the trees starting to settle down. Nicole seeing some lighter conditions down there in Riverfront Park. We'll have the latest on how long this wind sticks around coming up after the break.
Bloating for no good reason. Pelvic pain or pressure that doesn't go away and you don't know why. Feeling too full, too fast, even when you eat just a little. Unusual bleeding or spotting, like having longer or heavier periods than what's normal for you, or bleeding after you've gone through menopause. Bloating, pain or pressure, feeling too full too fast, unusual bleeding. These aren't just words. They could be symptoms of a gynecologic cancer, such as cervical, ovarian, uterine, vaginal, and vulvar cancers. Learn the symptoms, and if you notice anything unusual, and it goes on...
Test 1, 2, 3.
See a doctor.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
But find out for sure. Listen to your body. And get the inside knowledge about gynecologic cancers.
1 in 3.
Sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Americans battle sickle cell disease. I was one of them. Life back then was painful. I was in and out of the hospital and had frequent pain crises. A blood stem cell transplant is the only cure for sickle cell disease. I was fortunate to find a perfect match in my younger sister, but many patients do not have a compatible donor in their families. And Black patients have only a 23% chance of finding an unrelated donor. More Black donors are urgently needed to help save lives. It only takes a simple cheek swab to join the Be the Match registry. Learn more about becoming a donor and access free patient resources by visiting endsicklecell.org today. You or someone you know could be the cure for a patient battling sickle cell, like me.
Before the storm, KREM 2 warns you, so you're prepared.
10 o'clock tonight. This is all snow falling.
Expected to continue through the evening commute into the overnight hours.
During the storm, KREM 2 has you covered.
That's where the heaviest snowfall is falling.
With the immediate information, on air, online, on your phone, and on social. The mobile storm tracker is on the road, giving you a heads up on conditions.
Take it slow, take it easy. It is pretty slushy out there.
When winter storms hit, trust KREM 2 News.
Coming up on 9:30 now on our Wednesday morning. This is a live look over downtown Spokane. This is part of our continuing storm coverage from this morning's windstorm. So great to have you with us here on Up with KREM.
Yeah, and this morning, of course, thousands of people have been waking up across the inland Northwest without power. And this morning, strong winds continue to threaten to knock down more tree limbs and knock out more power. We do want to thank you for joining our special coverage of Up with KREM this morning. I'm Joshua Robinson.
And I'm Jen York, but we do want to get right to Jeremy Legoo tracking this storm and where it's at right now.
You know, I have been watching this one all morning long, and some of the good things are that we are now past the worst of it and starting to see these conditions improve. However, that does not mean we are done with some of the downed trees and downed tree limbs as we head through the morning hours. We still have very strong winds. Just when it comes to relative strength, it's not as strong as those winds were this morning. We're still seeing wind out of the west-southwest at about 36 miles per hour and temperatures dipping into the 30s early on. We still have a high wind warning for a good chunk of the inland northwest. That's for wind gusts potentially reaching 60 miles per hour. It is until 4 p.m. or in place until 4 p.m. But as that wind threat subsides, we will watch this get trimmed from west to east. So we will keep a close eye on this, because even though it says until 4 p.m., they will trim it back earlier at the National Weather Service as the threat of those dangerous winds starts to exit the region. We've seen some incredible wind gusts so far this morning. Here in Spokane, 64 miles per hour. At Spokane International Airport, 71 miles per hour. You see Wenatchee way over there? How about 11.5 miles southwest of Wenatchee, a gust of 117 miles per hour. Now notice the pink on your screen. That is the wind intensity. When you get to the pink end, that's extremely strong. This is early this morning. And watch what happens as I put it in motion. The pink grows less widespread. It becomes a little more sparse in nature. However, it is still there. That's how that strong wind is going to be. It's not going to be sustained. It's not going to be constant strong wind gusts, but those are going to kick up at times, and they will be possibly causing more damage. By the time we get into this evening, once the sun starts setting, is when we finally see things subside. We finally see improving conditions across the region as our front works its way out. The precipitation with that front is now gone. So we're starting to see our next air mass settle into place, and that is a good news sign. Temperatures are going to stay chilly as we head through the day today, and once the sun goes down and we watch our wind calm down, expect them to drop. Overnight, we'll fall back into the 20s as we see our calmer air mass settle into place. Joshua?
We're going to be checking in with Jeremy a little bit later, but we also have breaking news to bring to you. The windstorm has now taken a deadly turn this morning. A Spokane fire has confirmed one person has died after a tree fell on her car. Tim Pham joins us now with more on the recovery operation underway. Tim, what's the latest that you can tell us?
Well, I can tell you, Joshua, that major crimes detectives with SPD are taking over this investigation from the fire department who initially responded to this call. Obviously, it is very tragic that the woman died here. We can show you a little bit of the situation. You can see down a little bit further past the red tape is where this tree uprooted from the ground and fell over onto this vehicle was in the middle of the road. This woman wasn't in her driveway or anything. She was on Post Street while this happened. We can tell you that major crimes detectives are investigating the nature of this and how it kind of unfolded, but they haven't released any information about who this woman was or how exactly it happened. Nonetheless, it is a very sad situation to know that this woman died from this windstorm. So it just goes to show how strong these winds were. Police saying you should stay inside if at all possible because there are downed trees everywhere. I can tell you, just trying to get to this location, there were trees everywhere from High Drive, Hatch Road, as well as Lincoln. Spokane City, they're working to clear some of the arterials, but it'll take them a while to get to some of these more residential roads. But of course, we'll keep you updated and have more information coming up at noon. Live in Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
All right, Tim, an unfortunate developing story there from Spokane South Hill, but boy, you can still hear the wind in the trees this morning. We also want to check in with Dana Marie McNichol. She is live near Manitou Park on the South Hill. We know the South Hill was hit really hard with this storm. Dana Marie, tell us about the damage that you're seeing.
Absolutely, Jen. I'm off of 16th and Grand, just off the street. As you can see, a massive tree has fallen right behind me on two cars. And I'm going to step out of the way so I can zoom in and really show you what I'm seeing. But here right now this morning, you can see the damage that has already been.
All right, looks like we...
Yeah, it looks like we have lost Dana Marie's feed. Of course, we'll be checking in with her at our first chance as soon as we can this morning. We do want to reach out and continue to look out across our area, and that's where we're going to find our Nicole Hernandez, who will be joining us live from Riverfront Park. Nicole, tell us what you see this morning.
Yeah, all right, guys. So right now we are in Riverfront Park where we're still feeling some strong gusts of winds, enough to make our hard hats come off and enough for earlier today to actually knock down the Riverfront Park butterfly here in the area where they're doing construction still right now. So you can see that the structure of the butterfly is on the ground right now. You can see that where the crew is standing is kind of one of the wings of that butterfly there. Now, the biggest thing crews were concerned about was making sure that the butterfly is secured down to the ground. Obviously, it has those tarps on it, which can really easily catch the wind. So they successfully look like they've gotten the structure there attached to a rock, so they're confident that it won't fly away again. But obviously some big damage to the butterfly. The main structure is here on the ground, but you can see some remnants of the pole that came off and actually ripped off the butterfly kind of behind it. I don't know if you can see it from this angle, but it also flew very far this morning. So its original pole is all the way back here, several, tens of dozens of feet away from where it originally is. So, and this structure was built to be in the wind here. So it's interesting to kind of see just how strong these winds are, that the structure was built to move with the wind and to kind of bend and shift with it. And obviously the strong winds today were still strong enough to completely knock it over. It just goes to show how careful we need to be out and about today with the winds, as they have been knocking down trees, obviously knocking down this butterfly. But as for construction here, definitely very lucky that it did not hit anything that they were actually working on. Obviously, this is all a very brand new area of the park here. This brand new play structure here did not seem to do much damage, if any, to the play structure. Very lucky, because that wind very much took the butterfly with those tarps in and seemingly kind of made it fly a little bit further away than obviously intended. So again, crews are out here. They're working to assess the damage at this point, and we'll make sure to bring you any information as soon as we get it about really what's next for this butterfly here. I'll send things back to you guys.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that cleaned up and restored, Nicole. Of course, a special addition to Riverfront Park. All right, it is 9:37 now. We are tracking major power outages across the region. Avista is now reporting about 67,000 customers without power. So crews are working to restore hundreds of outages. You can see those dotted there across your screen. It spreads through eastern Washington and into Idaho. Right now, there is no estimate when power could be restored.
Also, customers can report any additional Avista outages at the link that we've got on your screen right now. Users can report outages on the Avista mobile app.
Avista also tweeted this reminder with the public. If you see a downed power line this morning, they're asking, do not approach it. They say you need to assume that it is still live. This also means let the experts remove any downed tree limbs that might be in your driveways or on your property, just to be safe. All right, Inland Power and Light this morning also reporting thousands of outages. The latest number, 16,000. All right, to report an outage, you can call the number there at the bottom of your screen. You can also report downed power lines to that same number. Meanwhile, Kootenai Electric is now reporting nearly 5,000 outages. That's a big update from about 30 minutes ago. Those stretch from Coeur d'Alene up to Bayview. And as of 7:30 this morning, Vera Water and Power reported about 2,500 customers were without power as well. Those numbers have been changing throughout the morning. We've started to see it level off a little bit, Joshua, from when we started this program at 5 a.m. But of course, we're going to keep you updated with that changing information.
And also, just to let you know at home, anytime you are trying to check on any of these websites, we're checking Avista right now. It appears the website is down, flooded with a ton of people looking for answers. So you can always tune in to KREM.com and our KREM 2 mobile app for our latest updates this morning. We also have an update for you on several school closures today. Closed today is Eastern Washington University, along with Spokane Public Schools, Cheney, St. Thomas More, Winsong School, All Saints Catholic School, All St. John Vianney Catholic School, and St. George's School as well, along with the West Valley School District. Now, there are some schools that have told us they're on a 2-hour delay this morning. Colton Coeur d'Alene Tribal School, which is also running late this morning. Whitworth University is set to begin at noon. And of course, there are some schools that will be online today. That includes Davenport and North Idaho College. Meanwhile, ski areas are also closed this morning due to high winds, and that includes at Schweitzer, Silver Mountain, Mount Spokane, and 49 degrees north. All of those mountains have updated information on their Facebook pages this morning. The only ski resort so far to not make any announcement this morning is Lookout Pass. And of course, our coverage continues on KREM.com as well. But we're going to check in with Jeremy. What else can we expect this morning, Jeremy?
Joshua, I think you got it all, but we'll keep you up to date on the latest. We do have that high wind warning still in place for us here in Spokane. I'll walk you through how long it lasts and how long I think those strong wind gusts could last into the afternoon.
All right, and you at home are often our eyes and ears when it comes to storm coverage. These are a look at some of the pictures that you have sent in this morning. So thank you to everyone who's helped give us an idea of what it looks like where you live. Now, if you can safely send in a picture, I stress safely, do not put yourself in harm's way to get us a picture. But if you have one, you can text us at 509-448-2000 and we might see them pop up here on air. You're watching Up with KREM.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Mental health and learning disorders are the most common illnesses of childhood and adolescence. 1 out of 5 young people struggle with disorders like depression, dyslexia, ADHD, OCD, eating disorders, and anxiety. I was one of them. As a child, I struggled with crippling anxiety, the most common and least recognized childhood mental health disorder. The mental health crisis in America is really a children's mental health crisis. Every year, over 1 million young people visit the ER because of suicidal ideation and suicide attempts. 5,000 die by suicide. When we ignore mental health, we lose our children. We have the tools to stem this crisis if we're willing. The Child Mind Institute is the leader in the field. It's the place where kids are getting better and the place that is doing the research and developing the programs that will change the landscape of children's mental health. To learn more, visit childmind.org.
Up with KREM is the only 4-hour newscast in the Inland Northwest, so you can tune in when it works for you.
You're going to know what weather is going to impact your day and how you can plan around it.
Every morning we celebrate what makes this the Inland North best.
When you watch Up with KREM, you are in the driver's seat. So join in the conversation. Just text us.
Monday through Friday, we're spending our mornings with you. We'll see you on KREM and the CW22.
It's coming up now on 9:44. Welcome back to our special coverage of this morning's windstorm. Right now, we do want to take a look at how this compares to our last big windstorm you might remember from November 2015. So take a look at your screen here. On the left, actually, that's this morning. That's a live look on the left. On the right is Spokane from 2015. Of course, many of us lived through that storm on November 17th. And that storm gusts hit up to 75 miles per hour in the region, which is the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane. However, gusts in the Spokane area that day hit 71 miles per hour. That was the official total out at the Spokane International Airport. Today, we tied that. A gust hit 71 miles per hour at the airport early this morning. It now ties for that strongest non-thunderstorm winds in the region as we saw back in 2015.
Now, Jen, you were here in 2015. I was not. How does this compare in your mind? Was it as long, was it as sustained as it was back in 2015? Or was the duration a bit shorter?
Yeah, I would say the duration was shorter. Back in 2015, if I can recall correctly, it started in the early afternoon around 3 or so, and it went all the way up until through about midnight. This morning storm still a pretty significant length, but it was a little bit shorter compared to duration, but was similar though. It sounded a lot alike from being in the building. We saw some power outages, our lights flickering, things of that nature. Also worth noting, we had moist ground during the 2015 windstorm, and we saw a lot of trees get uprooted with that. I was a little worried today we might see that same thing just because we've had so much rain over the past day or so. But it appears from right now, today's situation just slightly better than the November 2015 storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And that comes down to a couple of things that you did mention. One of those is the duration of the event. And another one would also be the fact that we lost a bunch of those historic trees that were here in Spokane in 2015. So we don't quite have as many of those trees that are susceptible to toppling over. And some of the ones that we have around town do have a deeper root system than what we saw back in 2015. So all of that plays into just how widespread some of this storm damage is and can be. Now, just because we're talking like the worst of it is over doesn't mean we're officially done with this event just yet. We have seen the worst of it. Now, this storm in 2015, before I dive into more on today's storm, I want to compare the two because back in 2015, the storm moved into southern Canada, very similar to what we saw this storm do early this morning. Then this storm just continued to scoot off to the west with a very potent cold front sliding down into Washington, very similar to what we saw back in 2015. And as it moved into Alberta, the cold front wraps up in itself, almost starts to become occluded, and then it moves out of our region, also incredibly similar to what we saw back in 2015. So this storm was basically the perfect storm to give us a wind event like what we saw. This is the most efficient way for a system to bring us powerful sustained winds in Spokane. Non-thunderstorm winds, we call them in the meteorology world. And when it comes to those non-thunderstorm winds, 71 miles per hour at Spokane International Airport ties 2015 for the strongest we have ever recorded. Back in 2005, we recorded a 77 mile per hour wind gust at Spokane International Airport, but that was from a thunderstorm that moved through. Just take a look at some of these other wind gusts though. Up over 60 miles per hour is easily enough to down trees, knock down tree limbs, knock out power, you name it. And when you get up to 117 miles per hour up and over some of those mountain passes, that's incredibly dangerous. Downtown, we dodged the worst of it. We've seen some damage down there, not near as widespread as it has been up on South Hill. And if you look at the camera, it's still shaking. It's still doing its thing because we're not done with this just yet. We could very well still see wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour. With that being the case, tree damage is still possible, especially when it comes to some of those trees that were weakened in those stronger wind gusts that we saw early on this morning. So additional power outages are possible. Remember, stay away from power lines. If you see them on the ground, assume they are live. Assume there is power in there. Assume it's enough to electrocute you and stay as far away as possible. We are still under a high wind warning, and that will remain in place from the National Weather Service until we're through the worst of it, until we're through the threat of that wind causing any more damage. So that is still in place. That still says wind gusts up near 60 miles per hour are possible for us. We have a wind advisory for North Idaho and far northeastern Washington. That's wind gusts up near 55 miles per hour. This morning we've recorded incredible wind gusts for just about everyone. Walla Walla up to 61 miles per hour, Pullman 59 miles per hour, Coeur d'Alene at 61 miles per hour. North Idaho not quite as bad, but still some incredible wind gusts, and if you go up in elevation, it gets even more impressive. On this map, we're going to track the wind as we head into the afternoon. See this purple shade? That's those strong winds. When I put it in motion, you can see the purple shade remains. It's still there in a few different locations. It's just not as widespread. what that indicates is that it's possible to still get some of those powerful, damaging wind gusts. They're just not going to be near as frequent or as sustained as what we saw this morning. So that takes us through 4 p.m. today. Wind or high wind warning is finally supposed to expire. That's as that cold front we talked about earlier starts moving out. Back behind it, we're seeing skies start to clear across the region. A little bit of sunshine and cooler temperatures. Believe it or not, we were up to 52 degrees earlier today. And as that wind moved in from the south, it bumped those temps up. As it shifted to westerly, we're now down to 38 degrees. Temperatures will continue to fall into the overnight hours down to about 25 degrees before we catch a break in the action and see a little sun tomorrow. We continue our wind coverage after the break here on KREM 2 News.
During high school, I hung with the wrong crowd and I never graduated.
I helped Santiago in many different ways, like all fathers do, because he always wanted to go to college.
I felt a little embarrassed to come back to school, but eventually once I knew that it's for a bigger goal.
Hi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hi, can you guys hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, hopefully my TVU works.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your closet. Still no jobs? Just more stuff? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover keytar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs.
Before the storm, KREM 2 warns you, so you're prepared.
10 o'clock tonight. This is all snow falling.
Expected to continue through the evening commute into the overnight hours.
During the storm, KREM 2 has you covered.
That's where the heaviest snowfall is falling.
With the immediate information on air, online, on your phone, and on social. The mobile storm tracker is on the road, giving you a heads up on conditions.
Take it slow, take it easy. It is pretty slushy out there.
When winter storms hit, trust KREM 2 News.
9:54 this morning, we're tracking breaking news as this morning's windstorm has now taken a deadly turn. Spokane Fire first confirmed this morning that a person has died after a tree fell on her car. We're checking in with Tim Pham live this morning on the latest on those recovery operations underway. Tim.
Good morning, Joshua. I can tell you that they are still working this scene. I'm told that major crimes detectives are taking over from the fire department. Spokane police are investigating, and we're told that the woman that died is unfortunately still in the vehicle, and they are working to safely bring her out. It's a very difficult situation. I just talked to a police officer, and he tells me that just the nature of the way it happened, it's going to take some time. This area will be closed for several hours. So again, Spokane police reiterate, you have to be out at this hour just to stay home while they work to clean up the city. For now, reporting live in Spokane, I'm Tim Pham. Back to you.
Tim, thanks so much for that update on that situation on Spokane South Hill. Also the area where we saw a lot of significant damage from this storm. We want to check in with Dana Marie McNichol now. She is live near Manitou Park with an update on conditions there. Hi, Dana Marie.
Hi, Jen, that's right. I'm off of 16th and Grand. As you can see behind me, a tree completely fell on top of 2 cars late last night. I actually spoke with the lady who lives in this house, and she said when it happened, it looked like the night was on fire, sparks everywhere. I'm going to step out of the way so you guys can get a better look at the damage, really. But as I shift the camera over to the left, you can see the tree was completely uprooted. Just missed, she said. How thankful she is for that garage not being hit. But again, you see the car damage right there. I'm Dana Marie McNichol reporting on the South Hill. I'll send it back to you.
Striking damage this morning. Of course, we're also checking in with Nicole Hernandez, who joins us live from Riverfront Park with the latest there. Nicole, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Joshua, so right now I was just able to speak with the Spokane Parks here, and they said that the good news is even though the butterfly right now is down on the ground, that their plan is to get it back up and going for this new park opening. Of course, you can see here exactly what happened. The butterfly came down in these high winds, is now on the ground, and crews are assessing the damage now, trying to figure out exactly how it came down, why it came down in these winds, and of course working to get it as repaired as possible and figure out next steps to get it back up and running. And of course, while it came down, it actually came down in a good spot. They said that it did not affect any construction and that they are still planning on opening the park this spring. I'll send things back to you guys.
All right, we're taking a look at some of those powerful wind gusts we saw early on this morning. Today ties 2015 for the strongest non-thunderstorm winds here in Spokane. And as we head into the afternoon, watch the pink on your screen. Those are the forecast strong winds. Notice they become more sparse in nature, but we still hang on to a few of them, so you can expect gusty conditions to continue on and off through the remainder of the day.
All right, everyone, stay safe as we continue to navigate this storm. For continuing coverage, you can always check KREM.com, and we will see you back here today for special coverage on KREM 2 News at noon. We'll see you there.
This is the season when we reach over $100 million in total winnings on the $100 million Season of Millionaire.
Today on KREM 2, watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire at 4:30 and Daily Blast Live moves to 7 only on KREM 2.
More than 20 years ago, we forged a commitment to providing the most well-respected assisted living and retirement community possible. Orchard Crest desires to help our seniors because they have spent their life caring for others. Locally owned and operated, our mission is to provide a safe environment with flexible amenities for you and your loved one's abilities. Our focus will always be, it's your life, it's your home, because our residents come first. Orchard Crest Retirement, Independent Assisted Living and Memory Care, now showing openings and taking COVID precautions every step of the way.
People living with advanced Parkinson's disease experience periods of off time between doses of medication that result in a worsening or return of tremors and stiffness. We're evaluating an investigational treatment that delivers a continuous infusion of medication with the goal of reducing the occurrence of off-time symptoms. Adults with Parkinson's in the Spokane area are needed to participate. To learn more, please visit thepdstudy.com or call 509-593-1200.
I'm Ron Sears with SellingMakesSense.com, and I want to buy your house. I'll make you an as-is cash offer on your house within 24 hours. Whether it's a total fixer-upper or in perfect condition, SellingMakesSense.com is the easiest way to sell your house. When you sell your house to SellingMakesSense.com, there's no fees, no commissions, no banks, and no repairs. Just go to SellingMakesSense.com for a free, no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day. SellingMakesSense.com, the sensible way to sell.
Country Homes Power, Spokane's #1 source for top-rated fireplaces and barbecues, is clearing out last year's inventory with discounts on gas, wood, and pellet stoves. It's the best time to get the fireplace or barbecue you have always wanted. Get to Country Homes Power today.